Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or log-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-119. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Randis.
Edward Grandis, present.
Board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and equipment. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status case number 21, PRO 00070, Barcada Wine Bar, license number 115719. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Fisher, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Orlasky, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Cohan, your rights have been elevated.
Okay, good.
Miss Lawley, your rights have been elevated.
Understand.
Would all parties please mute their microphone until called upon? Miss Thacker, your rights have been elevated. Mr. or Miss Healing, your rights have been elevated. Miss Highfield, your rights have been elevated. That's all I have for now. If anyone else belongs to this case, please acknowledge yourself in the chat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just did something and let me figure out what I just did. I apologize. Sorry. All right. Okay, I'm back. All right.
No, I'm not hearing him.
I'm sorry. I would like, if you're not speaking, please mute your line. So
What?
everyone should mute their microphone. And when you are speaking, then you can unmute your microphone because we'll have a feedback if we're not. I think
One moment, please.
I don't understand one moment, but unless I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon, are you speaking, sir?
I am, sir. Okay, I didn't hear that my rights were elevated. I don't know.
You are online, sir. All I need you to do is to mute your phone, please, sir.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status, and who's the licensee? Can the licensee please identify him or herself by spelling and stating your name for the record, please?
Yep, it's Nathan Fisher, first name Nathan, last name Fisher.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am one of the owners of Barcata Wine Bar.
All right, thank you. And do we have the ANC on? Is the ANC one of the protestants?
Yes, hi, this is Dan Orlaski, Commissioner for 1B02. On
Mr.
behalf of the ANC.
Orlansky, can you please spell your name, please?
ORLASKEY.
Thank you. And you're from ANC what, sir?
1B02.
Who is all right, so who are the protestants? Do we have one or more protestants in this case? Is there a designated representative for the protestant?
Yes, there is. Mr.
And who's that? Can you please spell and state your name for the record? Who's the designated representative?
Yes. Allen, ALLEN, Cannon, CANNON.
And you're representing what group, sir?
I'm representing the neighborhood group of 5.
Is this the only protestant in the, or is there other protestant? Not, I'm saying not the group of 5. Is there another group of protestants in this group, in this protest, in this license?
Not that I know of. It's just our group of 5.
All right. So you have who's with us today? You can just state their name, and once you can call them, and once you've called the names, then I would like those individuals to state and spell their name for the record, please.
Okay, you would like me to list the people who are here today?
Yes, Mr. Cannon. So just call their names one by one. Once you call the person's name, then I'll ask that person to identify themselves for the record,
Okay.
and also spell their names, please. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Carrie W. Lawley.
And I shall spell my name.
Yes, ma'am.
The name it's spelled CERI, that's Kerry, and Lawley is LAWLEY.
Thank you, ma'am. Who else is here, Mr. Cannon?
Yes, we have Mr. Alan Cohen.
ALANCOHAN.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen.
Good morning. By the way, you obviously can hear me fine. I can barely hear anybody.
Maybe you can turn up your microphone, sir.
It's all the way up, but I can get by. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. I'll speak up, sir. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon.
Yes, we have Ms. Kathy Highfield.
Yes, Kathy.
Ma'am, Ms. Highfield, I can hardly hear you. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Ms. Highfield.
My
Ms.
oh, there's, okay. Kathy, Kathy, Highfield, Highghfield.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Cannon.
Yes, Mr. Nicholas Mon.
Hello there. Can everybody hear me okay? My name's spelled Nicholas, Nicholas, last name Mahon, Mahon.
Good morning, Mr. Mon. Good
Hello.
morning. Who else do we have, Mr. Cannon?
Ms. Lindsay Tucker.
Hi, good morning. My name is spelled Lindsey, last name Thacker, Thaker.
Good morning, Ms. Tucker.
Morning.
Anyone else?
And,
Mr.
Mr. Ryan Heiling, I believe.
Yes, Ryan, Ryan, Heiling, Heiling.
Good morning, Mr. Highland. All right, so everyone is represented here from the group of 5 or more. All right, thank you. All right, let's start with the licensee. Are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
We do have one question, just a update that we did have our initial meeting with the protesters as well as the ANC, and are continuing to have conversations with the ANC to schedule another meeting very soon. The question we did have is relating to the actual timing of any sort of license and in relation to the renewals. I know that restaurant Group C's renewals are at the end of March, and wanted to know if negotiations or conversations continue past the December 2nd date, if any entertainment license, if approved, would happen in the renewal and not beforehand, so we don't need to pay double for. I know that you don't need to, we would have to pay for this license and then have to pay again for a renewal. I just wanted to know the timing of, could we delay anything to when our license is renewed?
I'm not sure. I don't have the answer. I can't answer that question right now, so you probably have to contact our licensing division to get an answer there. And when did you make the request for substantial change?
We made the request back in July.
July of this year, 2021?
Yes.
All right, so you'd have to speak to licensing about the timing and the approval. I know that, and as you stated, and the reason why I asked this question, because we're still doing protest hearings from 2019, and for establishments whose renewal is going to be up in 22. So we have not, based on the pandemic, we have not necessarily had hearings on licenses that are not. We're now going to be in another protest. We're now going to be, in another renewal period. So that's something you'd have to talk to the licensee. But I'm sorry, not our licensing division, in the sense of, if this is approved and the timing for the approval, what does that mean for payment for this period, and also for the period that you are that when your license will come up for renewal. So I would just ask you to reach out to Mr. Sean Gordy, who is the head of the licensing division, and they can provide you that answer, okay?
Sounds good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Olansky, do you have any preliminary matters that you want to raise with the board?
No preliminary matters from the ANC.
And Mr. Cannon, do you have any preliminary matters that you want to raise with the board? You're on mute, Mr. Cannon.
No, I don't have any matters for the board now.
All right. All right, this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on December 1st, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. I'm not sure if the parties are discussing settlement, but the board supports settlement of all issues if the parties are able to settle the matter. Just as an FYI, I'm just letting the group of 5 or more know that if a settlement is reached between the ANC and the licensee, that the protest will be your party status will be dismissed. And so just as an FYI to the group of 5 or more to say that if there is a settlement that's reached between the ANC and whether or not you are a part of the settlement agreement or if you're not a part of the settlement agreement, if you're not a part of the settlement agreement, that the protest will be over. And I just also as an FYI, I also want to let the group of 5 or more know that if the ANC refuses to make you a part of the settlement agreement, the board has no authority to order the ANC or the licensee to make you a part of a settlement. Just as an FYI, I am not telling the licensee not to talk to the protestant, to the group of 5 or more, but since I've been chair, I've had opportunities where groups, they want the board to order the licensee to negotiate with them, or if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the licensee, they want the board to move forward with the protest hearing, and that just wanted to inform the licensee that by operation of law, that is how things are, and there's really nothing the board can do because the statute states that if a settlement agreement is reached with just the ANC and the licensee, that your protest status ends, and that we cannot force the parties to make you a part of the settlement agreement. Okay, just as an FYI. Okay, all right. All right, now that we've scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practice under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually. So it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you'll receive an email from the attorney from our office, from the legal office, that will include a copy of a protest information form and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form, PIP, and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to Aber Legal, but to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions by anyone?
No.
All right. All right, we thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact our legal office, and we will provide you either the licensee and the ANC, the licensee, the ANC, and the protestants. If at any point you have any questions, you can reach out to our legal office and we will provide you with any technical support that you require to move forward with this matter. The board supports settlement. So if the parties are able to settle the matter, the board will, as long as the terms are legally enforceable, the board will sign off on the terms of a settlement agreement. And I've always stated, you live in this area, so irrespective of what decision is made, at the end of the day, both parties, this is a substantial change that both parties, this establishment is going to remain in your neighborhood. So we support the matter if it can be settled. Of course, if it cannot be settled, we'll have a hearing on December 1st. So please continue speaking, communicate with each other, but if the matter cannot be settled, we will see you on December 1st at 10:30. Thank you very much and have a great day. All right, thank you. You can sign off, at least you can, all right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21PRO00069, Mivida, license number 118649. The parties have submitted an agreement for the board to, this case is canceled because the parties have submitted a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The board will be voting today on its legal agenda to approve the settlement agreement. The next case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00102. Booty Monger Restaurant, license number 102904. This case has been canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on October 6, 2021. See board order number 2021-544. The next case in our calendar is case number 21CC00011, the wine specialist, license number 110396. This hearing has been canceled. The government submitted an offer in compromise for the board's consideration approval. The board will be voting later on this morning on its legal agenda to approve the OIC. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00569, La Molienda, license number 60398. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Jordan, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Ayala, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Puente, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews.
Mr. Cohen, you can go ahead and log off.
Hello. Hello. Morning.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 minute, please. I have not called Mr. Ayala. You're there. Just hold on 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Mr. Ayala, can you please mute your microphone, please?
What you say?
Mute your microphone, please, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is a show cause hearing for La Molienda. If you're not speaking, I'm asking that everyone mute their telephone when you need to speak. you should unmute your line. If you have a camera, please turn your camera on. So I like to see the parties that I'm speaking to. If you have a camera, please turn your camera on. If you do not have a camera, then that is fine. So let's start with Ms. Jordan. Please state and spell your name for the record, please.
Good morning, board members. Janica Jordan on behalf of the government. JANIKA JORDAN.
Good morning, Ms. Jordan. Mr. Ayala, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Yes, my name is Teófilo Ayala. It's Teofilo. Ayala is Ayala, and I'm the owner of the place.
Mr. Ayala, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Well, I had some troubles to connect with the computer. You know, I'm using my cell phone. No,
That's fine, sir. If you don't have a camera, that's fine. All right. All right. Ms. Jordan, if we go to a hearing, does the board have any witnesses that they wish to identify? Does the agency have a witness they wish to identify? And they do, who's that person?
Yes, the agency has investigator Kevin Puente.
Mr. Puente, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
Yes, sir. Kevin Puente, KAVIN PUENT, investigator with ABRA.
Good morning, Mr. Puente. I'm sorry, Mr. Ayala, do you have any witnesses? If this matter goes to a hearing, do you have any witnesses you plan to call?
No.
Or just yourself? Okay, fine.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Jordan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters.
All right. All right, so this is a opening statement. So, I'm sorry, this is a full show cause hearing. Mr. Ayala, this is the way that the matter will proceed today. The government will go first. The government will they will provide an opening statement. You also will have an opportunity to provide an opening statement. An opening statement is not, you're not testifying, you're just going to say, this is the case and these are the witnesses I will call, or these are some of the defenses that I will make. You do not have to make an opening statement at this time. You can make an opening statement once you present your case. So the government will make an opening statement. You can make an opening statement if you so wish. The government will call its first witness. When the government calls its witness, the government will conduct direct examination of its witness, Mr. Puente. Once the government has concluded its direct examination of Mr. Puente, then you will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Puente based on the incident that occurred. Once the government has concluded its case with its witness, then you can present your case. And what I will also do once you present your case, I will swear you in. You will present your case. If you have no witnesses you wish to call, you will call them. The government will then cross-examine you, ask questions of you, and the board might ask questions of you also. Once that's done, both parties will make closing statements, and the board will then take this matter under advisement for a determination. But the board will conclude the case, and we will go into executive session, and we will make a determination, and we will issue a decision within 90 days of today. Do either sides have any questions that they wish to ask of me prior to us starting this case? No, Mr. Ayala, do you have any questions about procedural wise how this matter will go today?
No.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, board members. We're here today in the show cause matter of Los Brothers Incorporated, trade name La Molienda, located at 3568 14th Street Northwest. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charges that the licensee operated after allowed hours, did not place tables more than 6 feet apart, permitted more than 6 patrons to be seated at a table, did not keep a reservation log, and permitted patrons to sit at a staffed bar in violation of 23 DCMR Section 810, and that the licensee served patrons closed containers of alcohol in violation of 23 DCMR Section 7213. The evidence will show that on Sunday, November 1st, 2020, at approximately 12:30 a.m., Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration investigator Kevin Puente and supervisory investigator Mark Brashears were monitoring establishments on 14th Street Northwest when they observed a crowd inside the establishment. They entered and observed patrons sitting at tables and at a staffed bar consuming alcoholic beverages. The patrons were being served alcoholic beverages at the bar and at tables. The tables were not 6 feet apart and more than 6 patrons were at a table. The investigators identified themselves to owner Mr. Alaya, and when they requested to see a reservation log, the owner was unable to provide one. The evidence will also show that the establishment's patrons were being served alcohol in closed containers. Thank you.
Mr. Ayala, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or you would reserve to make an opening statement once you present your case, sir?
Yeah, I can do it later when I present my case. Yes.
All right, that's fine. All right. Does the government have a witness in which to call?
The government would like to call investigator Kevin Puente.
Mr. Puente, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Your witness, Ms. Jordan.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name again for the record?
Kevin Puente, KEVIN-PUENTE.
Where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what's your position at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
Investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
Approximately 6.5 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments in the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with La Molienda?
Yes.
How are you familiar with the establishment?
I visited the establishment on November 1st, 2020.
And what happened at that visit?
Approximately 12:30 a.m. in the morning, myself and supervisory investigator Mark Brashears were monitoring establishments along 14th Street Northwest. When we observed a crowd inside of La Molienda, we approached the establishment. We observed people sitting at the bar. We observed alcoholic beverages being consumed and bartenders making alcoholic beverages.
Investigator Puente, I'm going to stop you for one moment. I think we have lost Mr. Alaya.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Miss. Mr. Ayala, are you there?
Hello.
Mr. Ayala?
Hello. You hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ayala.
I'm here.
Is there something going on with your internet? We need to make sure that you're always there. Are you in a?
Yeah, I hear everything. Yes.
All right. Okay. So just mute your microphone, sir. And you did not show up on your screen. That's one of the reasons on our screen. That's why we stopped. So that's one of the reasons why I prefer to see folks. So therefore, if they disappear from my screen, I can always tell that they're not there. All right. Okay, you're fine. Go ahead, Mr. Puente.
Mr. Puente, if you can just go back and describe your visit on November 1st.
Yeah, so myself, supervisory investigator Mark Brashears, we approached the establishment. We observed patrons sitting at the bar. We observed a bartender making alcoholic beverages. We observed alcohol being consumed at tables, as well as closed containers of alcohol sitting in buckets on the tables.
And about what time did you enter the establishment?
We entered at approximately 12:35 a.m.
What else happened?
We went inside. We identified ourselves to the owner, Mr. Alaya. I observed that the tables were not 6 feet apart. More than 6 patrons were sitting at the table. We asked Mr. Ayala if he was aware of the mayor's emergency order during the coronavirus pandemic and that all establishments had to close at midnight. Mr. Ayala advised me that it was daylight savings time, so he could stay open at 2 o'clock. I advised him that during the mayor's order, all holidays and daylight savings time hours were not allowed due to the mayor's emergency order. I asked Mr. Ayala to see the reservation log. He could not produce one. We also observed many tables had closed containers of the alcohol in buckets on the tables.
If I can have permission to share content.
Miss Andrews, can you please allow Miss Jordan to share her screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Ms. Jordan, you can now share your screen.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a document marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification. I'll scroll through briefly just so you can check pages. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this document?
That's my case report I generated.
Is it part of your job as an investigator to draft case reports?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the case report that you created for La Molienda in case number 20 CIT 00569?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government would like to move Government Exhibit 1, the case report, into evidence.
It's a move, and one of the reasons why I'm not asking the permission of the licensee, because it's part of the agency's record. So we don't need our licensee's permission to move our own documents in the record. So it's so moved.
Thank you. Investigator Puente, directing your attention to Exhibit 1 of the case report. What is this document?
This is a photograph. It shows several patrons sitting at the bar. You observe a bucket of alcohol right on the bar with closed containers inside the bucket.
And Investigator Puente, directing your attention to Exhibit 4 of the case report. What is this document?
This is another photo that we took outside. It shows patrons sitting at the bar consuming beverages, as well as a bartender behind the bar making alcoholic beverages.
And directing your attention to Exhibit 6 of the case report. What is this document?
A photograph of patrons sitting at tables not 6 feet apart, tables with patrons more than 6, as well as closed containers of alcohol on the tables.
And directing your attention to Exhibit 7 of your case report. What is this document?
This is my regulatory inspection I conducted.
And can you describe this document?
Yes, this is what we check when we go into establishments during the mayor's emergency order. We had a regulatory form drafted to check all the requirements for the mayor's emergency order that shows if establishment has a reservation system, prepared food items, 50% occupancy, seating no more than 6 feet apart or 6 at a table.
And can you quickly run through the times and violations noted on this document?
Yes, seating was not spaced 6 feet apart, more than 6 at a table, alcohol service after midnight, no reservation log, patrons seated at a bar, and alcohol being served in closed containers.
Thank you. The government doesn't have any further questions.
Mr. Ayala, do you have any questions of Mr. Puente?
Yes. When he came in, I explained to him, that I was a changing time.
Mr. Ayala, remember, you're asking a question to Mr. Puente. So remember, you're not asking me a question. You're
Okay.
asking him a specific question. Any questions on his testimony, sir?
Well, the only question I can ask him and tell him, is, those guys who was sitting in the bar, they move from one table and get talk to the waitress. She was behind the bar, and that's why they was sitting there. And I think the distance, it was a 6 feet.
You're no,
Maybe-
Mr. Ellis. I'm sorry. You're not testifying. You're asking Mr. So why don't you ask him? How did he know that? You're saying that you think it was 6 feet. So why don't you ask him how was he assured that the folks were not sitting? How did he know that the folks were not? There wasn't a 6 feet distance between them. Ask him that question. I think that's what you're trying to ask him. So ask him
Yes,
that.
yes, that's you're right. That's the question.
Ask him that question,
I
sir.
like you ask him, that how he determined, it was not 6 feet, because we said
No,
that.
yeah. So just remember, you're not having a conversation. You're asking him a question. I know what you're asking. I know I'm not supposed to. So just what you're saying, just ask that in the form of a question to Mr. So how did he know that the witnesses, that the occupants were not 6 feet apart? You asked him that, sir.
Yeah, that's what I asked him, I mean, that's what I'm trying to ask him. How did he determine it was not 6 feet between the customer or the tables, and
He can
how?
stop there. Give him a chance to answer the question now, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. We observed patrons could barely walk in between the chairs. A person is not 6 feet wide, so that's how we could tell.
Do you have any other questions you want to ask him, sir?
No, that's the only thing that can ask them, because the when I set up the table is concerned about the 6 feet, but these people, sometimes they move the chairs, things like that, and that's what I think is happening. They don't organize it, sitting properly, and that's what is happened all the time, and
Mr. Ella, I'll give you an opportunity to explain your case when you present your case. Now, Mr. Puente just testified, and he testified about what he observed and why he came, what he observed. Why is it that he wrote you an infraction? So this is your opportunity to question why is it he wrote you and to state that you did something incorrect. I'll give you an opportunity and I'm going to swear you in, and then you can state what your position is. But just now is you're asking questions of Mr. Puente. So if you don't have any other questions of Mr.
the
Puente,
only question I had to that I can ask him, it is the same thing that I asked you before, how he determined, that it was not 6 foot.
well, he testified that.
Well, that's the only thing.
Okay.
That was.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Puente, how were the licensees informed that the occupants had to be, that the participants I'm sorry, that the customers, that they had to be 6 feet apart, that separates them? How did he know? How did this licensee specifically know that this was the requirement?
During the emergency order, ABRA made an effort to send out mailers, as well as investigators going around advising establishments, as well as ABRA hosting training sessions about the mayor's emergency order and the requirements of 6 feet apart.
Do you know whether or not this particular licensee was provided that notice?
I do not, sir.
Any other questions? Any other questions by any other participants? I'm sorry, any other board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
is it appropriate to ask Inspector Puente some questions at this point?
Yes, sir. It's your opportunity to ask questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Investigator Puente, we want to thank you for your presentation and your providing us the administrative case report. So thank you for that. Looking at the pictures that are exhibits to your report, did you have any observations about wearing masks by the patrons and the staff? Did you have any observations on that?
I saw when I was there, most of the patrons didn't have masks on because they were consuming the alcoholic beverages when we walked in.
And I noticed in on several exhibits, but exhibit, I think, 1, if I can read that properly, and exhibit 5, it looks like that those are photographs that include the bar area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And under the mayor's emergency, what was the policy on bar service in relationship to this particular bar and patrons sitting at it?
During the mayor's emergency order, if there was a staff bar by employees, no patrons could be allowed to be seated at the bar.
And from your knowledge, was this a staff bar, or was this a bar that patrons could be sitting at?
When we walked in, there was a bartender making beverages behind the bar.
And I think you also observed something about this was the evening that daylight savings time was taking effect.
Yes, sir.
And how were licensees notified that daylight savings time would not be allowed under this particular mayor's order?
ABRA sent out emailers notifying licensees that due to the mayor's emergency order, there was no holiday extended hours or the extension of the 1 hour for daylight savings.
The notification was via email from the agency to licensees.
Yeah, so we sent out a generic email notifying people of holiday hours and extensions, but during the emergency order for that entire year, there was no holiday extended hours or daylight savings extension.
Inspector Puente, did you research whether or not this particular licensee's email was part of that drop?
No, sir, I did not.
So do you have knowledge on whether or not the agency has this licensee's email?
I do not, sir, no.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Ayala, do you have any questions of Mr. Puente based on the questions that I asked and Mr. Grandis asked?
No.
All right. Ms. Jordan, do you have any questions of Mr. Puente based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Does the government have a witness?
The government does not have another witness at this time.
Does the government rest?
The government rests but would like to make a closing argument
No,
when appropriate.
Right, I know.
Okay.
I know, all right. So you rest at this moment, yeah.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ayala.
Yes.
This is your opportunity to explain your position. So can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Say whatever you want to say, how to yes.
Okay. On that particular day, I didn't receive any notice from the ABRA concerning holidays, but I know we had to close at 12, but we very short statement because where I feel like it can use that hour, and we know we don't close curtain, we don't close anything. We are open because I thought we can use that hour, you know, and that's what I stay. It never been happen anything have penalty or fine in that type of situation for 17 years they are in this place. So that's that's the only reason that we stay until that time. On the other hand, you know, I tell him, you know, it was a guy there in the bar. They was sitting, they was asking for a drink, and he cannot move, and we cannot move, and that's what is stay sitting there. And the other guy, they moved from the table to the bar asking things, you know, and the bucket of the beer, I don't know what it was, you know, really. I don't remember. It was right there. Um, and, and that's the only thing I explained to the inspector, you know, that the reason that I stay that hour was we gonna close at 1 at that night, you know. And that's the only I can explain, you know, and I say, you know, that it was wrong. I find out, but I do it because I feel like you can use that hour. That's the only situation crossed my mind.
Anything else you wish to say, sir?
What?
Anything else you want to say?
No.
Ms. Jordan, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Ayala?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. I just have a couple questions. First, I wanted to ask Mr. Alaya, how has the ABRA been communicating with you regarding this ongoing case?
What? Can you repeat again? How?
Yeah, what method has ABRA used to communicate with you regarding this case?
Well, they send it a letter. You know, they come in with the regular letter to the restaurant.
Has ABRA also been communicating with you by email?
Yes, lately, yes. Concerning that case, through this time, you know, they communicated with the email.
No further questions, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Ayala, how long has your restaurant been open? How long has this establishment been open?
It's open 17 years.
17 years.
Yes.
And were you aware of COVID?
Yes.
Were you aware
In
of
fact,
the
COVID, you know.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I say, in fact, that I get a COVID 1 month later and I stay 14 days in the hospital.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Were you aware of the restrictions that the government and the mayor and now ABRA imposed based on COVID to businesses? Were you aware of those restrictions?
Yes. Yes.
So how were you aware of these restrictions, sir?
Well, I don't remember, but I hear in the news and I read it in the media, you know, in the Facebook, thing like that, you know, that it joined another person and I get it from there. But I don't remember exactly, you know, how I get it, but I know.
So tell me, typically, prior to COVID, what were your hours? Tell me about your restaurant. How did your establishment operate prior to COVID?
Well, We operated normally, we open at 11 and we close at 2 in the morning, Sunday to Thursday, and Friday and Saturday until 3 in the morning.
And so during COVID, what were your hours?
It was different times, because sometimes in the beginning we just open for a carry out, but then after on the 23rd of December, there was only carry out, we decided to close a whole place for a month, a whole month until January, I think it was 22 this year, from the
So-
23rd, December 21.
So how did you know you could only do carry out? How did you know? Who told you could? I mean, you established, you were running your establishment, and people were able to come in and sit and buy food. Is that correct? Prior to COVID, is that correct?
Yes.
So how did you know you could only do carry out?
I heard the news, and I take it from the from the uh, um, from the internet, the information, and
So you got information.
everybody knows, that it's gonna be like that when the mayor say, it's gonna be only open for carry out.
So everybody knew that the mayor said that you could only do carry out. Is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and is it correct that everybody knew that the mayor said what time you could open, what time you could close your business?
Yeah, I accepted that, I explained what it was my situation, that I get confused about the change the hour, because always, we use that hour before the COVID.
All right. So why did you close your business down for a significant period of time? Why did you do that?
Because it was no business, we can't survive, paying a cook, paying a waitress to take the orders, and stay for 10 hours open doing $50 carry out a day. So that's why, because it was prior time, we just open for the carry out. So that time I decided to close because it was first of all, I was sick. I was in the hospital that December. So I decided to close it because, it was not much business to carry out.
Ms. Jordan, any questions you wish to ask the licensee based on the questions that the board asked?
No, Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, all right, thank you. That's all you have to say, Mr. Ayala?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, does the government have wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Go ahead, ma'am.
The government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that the licensee violated the mayor's orders and served alcohol in closed containers. We heard from Investigator Puente that on Sunday, November 1st, 2020, Investigator Puente and Supervisory Investigator Bashirs were monitoring establishments along 14th Street Northwest when they observed a crowd inside of La Molienda at approximately 12:30 a.m. They entered and observed patrons sitting at tables that were less than 6 feet apart and had more than 6 patrons at a table. They also observed patrons sitting in a staffed bar and being served alcoholic beverages at the table in the bar. Investigator Puente has also pointed this out to us today through the exhibits that were attached to his investigative report. We also heard from Investigator Puente that he advised the owner of the time and that under the mayor's orders, the establishment had to stop selling, serving, and allowing consumption of alcohol at midnight. Further, when Investigator Puente asked to see the reservation log, none could be provided. Investigator Puente has stated and described in photos of the incident that the establishment was serving alcohol in closed containers. The government has therefore proven the charge in the notice to show cause. The government recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25830. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ayala, this is your chance to tell us, what is it you want the board to do?
Well, first of all, the reservation order, what the Mr. Jordan say, the Inspector Puente asked for it. We don't find it, but we have it. But then we find it and provided next. We do have it that numbers and names, but the waitress put somewhere, and the keeping in the basement because they fill all the book, and we find it at that time when Mr. Puente was there. We don't find it, but we do have it. We do have it. To me, I can ask, to avoid the fine, because I just ask you because we have a difficult times to stay on business, and it's a mistake that I do in 17 years. Well, that's what I ask. If you can avoid it.
All right, thank you. The record is now closed. And do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law or waive their right to do so? Meaning what? Meaning, at least for you, Mr. Ayala, you want the board to make a decision on what was presented today. That's short. That's what I'm asking, that we make a decision. The record is now closed and the board will make a decision what penalty, if any, will impose on your establishment. Yes? Yeah. No, we're not making a decision. I'm just saying that the record is now closed. And do you wish us to now proceed to make a decision on what was presented today? I'm waiting for an answer from you, Mr. Ayala.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know about that,
No, just yes, sir, yes. Your response is yes. The record is closed. The record is now closed, and you're not going to file any other paperwork. You just want the board to move forward to make a decision on based on what was presented today and what Ms. Jordan presented today.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I know that when I deal with non-attorneys, I try to be as flexible as possible, Ms. Jordan, and to explain to them the process. So I hope you recognize what I'm doing. Okay. All right. The record is now closed. All right. So let me close the record. And all right, hold on 1 minute, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CIT 00569 La Molienda, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon 20 CIT 00569 La Molienda for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank everyone for their presentation today. The board will issue a decision within 90 days, Mr. Ayala. So we'll issue a decision within 90 days what the final determination will be regarding this case. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. All right, thank you. All right, we're at the end. We are at the end of our morning agenda, and so now that we're at the end of our morning agenda, let's now do our legal agenda. The first case on our legal agenda is the review of a settlement agreement dated October 21st, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C and Uncle Lee's Seafood, license number 085918. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our legal agenda is a review settlement agreement dated October 12th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7E and Seymour's Liquors, license number 112303. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our legal agenda is review settlement agreement dated October 13th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1A and Creole on 14th Street, license number 115577. I make a motion that the board continue this matter for 2 weeks. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Mr. Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Crockett. Miss Crockett. That is you, Mr. Cato. That's your fault, Mr. Cato. Miss Crockett, I apologize.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 4 on our, all right. I just did number 4, is that correct?
No, you did number 3.
I'm sorry, number 3. Thank you, Thank you. I've lost my train of thought, Mr. Cato. I do this, and I'm not sure if the board members are called in seniority of being on the board, and so we have this routine that I follow. And when I don't follow the routine, then I get lost. So I apologize to the folks who are tuning in. Anyway, so thank you, Mr. Grandis, for putting me back on track where I need to be. Number 4 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated October 7th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Mevida, license number 118649. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5 on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing. This is for the wine specialist, license number 110396. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, sale of alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 25781. There's a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 60 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Number 2 of charge 1 is there's a suspension. The license will be suspended for 5 days, with all 5 days stayed for 1 year. Term 3 of charge 1 is that all employees who serve alcohol shall complete an alcohol awareness training within 90 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. Charge 2, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 25783. There's a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 60 days, or the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6 on our legal agenda is a review of the applicant's motion for continuance of the protest hearing dated October 25th, 2021. This is for ANS Grocery Store, license number 101367. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Logan Circle Liquors, license number 086950. I make a motion that we have a fact finding hearing. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our licensing agenda, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for ME Squared, license number 116413. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward
Crockett
Grandis.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next, number 3 on our license agenda, review request for a refund of late fees paid due to not receiving the invoice in the mail. This is a request made by Cinder Neighborhood Barbecue, license number 112694. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on our licensing agenda is a review application for a new manager's license. This is for Burhane Yameni, license number 118986. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for stipulated license plus letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Verified Wines and Fine Spirits, license number 118225. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our supplementary license agenda is a review request to remove license from safekeeping to reopen by November 10th, 2021. This is to be determined, formerly Jamal's DuPont Hotel LLC, license number 115679. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cease and desist agenda Class B licenses. The ABC board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. There are 8 establishments on this list. I will read all 8 names, and at the end, I will ask the board to approve the request for the board to issue cease and desist to these licensees. The first licensee is Sarah's Market, license number 118708. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. The second licensee is Bardo River Brewery, license number 103291. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 3, Sankofa Beer Company, license number 108879. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Rocky and Company Wines, license number 109807. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Novel Grocery, license number 111480. Licensee did not pay second year fee. Salumeria, license number 112154. Licensee did not pay second year fee. The next one is Midnight Delicatessen, license number 114712. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. And the last establishment is Squash Club DC, license number 116969. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. I therefore make a motion that ABC board issues cease and desist orders to these licensees. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cease and desist agenda for caterers. There are 22 caterers on this list. The ABC board, therefore, will be issuing orders to cease and desist the following licensees for the reasons that they did not pay the third year annual fee for caterers. I will list all 22 names at the end of the list. I will ask the ABC board to issue those orders. The first establishment is Restaurant and Associates, Inc., license number 077045. The next licensee is Langston Bar and Grill, license number 086271. District Commons Burger, license number 088027. Mindful Catering, license number 089441. Hill Country, license number 089475. The Occidental, license number 090516. Tabanera del Albertorio, license number 092199. La Pizza, license number 092729. Napa Valley Caterers, license number 094604. Guava Catering Company, license number 097169. Revive Events and Catering, license number 099678. OMG Latin Flavors, license numbers 100491. Eric Fleischer Catering, license number 102512. Goodies Frozen Custard and Treats, license number 105788. Service Bar, license number 106553. SRG Terrace, license number 107919. Cheese Monster Studio, license number 111361. The Ugly Mug Valor Brew Pub, license number 113790. Contrast Catering, license number 114567. Wolfgang Puck Catering, license number 115087. Talk of the Town, license number 116835. And Melange Mixers, license number 117097. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board issues cease and desist orders to these 22 licensed caterers who did not make their third year annual payment fee. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We will have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our cease and desist agenda for Class C and Class D establishment. The ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following licenses for the reasons outlined before. There are 94 establishments on this list. I will read all 94 establishments and their class into the record at the end of the list of 94 establishments. Then I will ask the board to vote to issue cease and desist orders for these establishments based on the fact that they did not pay the third year annual fee. The first establishment is La Pain Codien, license number 092075. They are Retail D Restaurant. Then with the next establishment is Shanghai Tokyo Cafe, Retailer D Restaurant, license number 100161. The next establishment is DC Conscious Cafe, their Retailer D Restaurant, license number 088623. Next establishment is Bread and Chocolate. They are Retailer D Restaurant, license number 094780. Then we have Meat and Foods, their Retailer D Restaurant, license number 092127. Then we have Spice a Caribbean Jerk Joint, a Retailer D Restaurant, license number 095380. The next establishment is Bui Manga Restaurant, Retailer D, license number 102904. Then we have Union Kitchen, Retailer D Restaurant, license number 115031. Then we have Thai and Pho Bistro, their Retailer C Restaurant, license number 103193. Then Pese, license number 103802, their Retailer C Restaurant. Then Ladore, their Retailer C Restaurant, license number 106089. Simple Man Me, their Retailer C Restaurant, license number 109779. Easy Eats, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 112757. Puddin, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 114842. Afghan Grill, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 060278. Montmartre, 7th Hill, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 060422. Luna Grill and Diner, DC, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 102955. Dulan Yurgu Restaurant, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 104335. Butter Chicken Company, Retailer D Tavern, license number 115362. Butter Chicken Company 2, Retailer D Tavern, license number 116156. Butter Chicken Company 3, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 117385. Don Lobo's Mexican Grill, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 060797. Shuriad Madrid Restaurant, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 060806. Kirin Restaurant, license number, their Retailer C Restaurant, license number 088512. Tacos El Chiliango, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 090369. Nagomi, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 096999. Kane, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 113295. Trattoria and Pizzeria, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 115985. Hewitt Ethiopian Restaurant Market and Dream Lounge, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 100297. Bread and Chocolate, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 007792. Raji Curry House, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 070945. Red Rocks, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 075299. The Highlands, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 083931. Himtithum, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 104583. Pigana Gelato and Cafe, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 105197. Los Costas Restaurant, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 103576. La Pien Cuisine, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 077337. I Thai, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 090427. Sip and Drug Bar, Retailer C Tavern, license number 102486. The Outrage, Retailer D Tavern, license number 112755. The Outsider, Retailer C Tavern, license number 110889. Taja of India, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 060065. Kitchen Cray, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 113896. Apio, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 094795. I Am on H, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 099569. Quillex Restaurant and Lounge, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 114288. La Molienda, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 060398. Lido Pizza and Bar, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 114097. Habeshi Market and Carryout Restaurant, Retailer D Tavern, license number 087362. 600T, Retailer C Tavern, license number 100515. Smith's, Retailer C Tavern, license number 110802. K Kebab, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 118111. Kappa Puska, Retailer C Tavern, license number 094002. Habana Village, Retailer C Restaurant, license number 024197. Vapiana, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number 076388. Elephant and Castle Pub Restaurant, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number 089846. Declaration Nax Park, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number License Number 107949. Go Vogie, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number 112322. Leabon Dumplings, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 116185. Lounge of Three, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 113558. Lady Fellas, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 060754. Patty Wax Candle Bar, Retailer C, Multipurpose, License Number 114767. Bread Soda, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 078085. La Pain Quotidien, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 105256. Oku, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 108202. Streetcars, Phillips Seafood and Steaks, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number 108756. Daily Grill, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number 024105. Doi Moi Bird's Eye Destination Wedding, Retailer C, Restaurant License Number 088683. La Pizza, Retailer C, Tavern License Number 086545. Brooklyn Pint, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 093948. Proper 21, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 113983. Asabuco Restaurante, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 113227. Local 16, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 060467. Truth DC 78, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 108602. Queen's Restaurant and Lounge, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 114299. The Big Hunt, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number License Number 019333. Exhale Bar and Lounge, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 105144. Vin Sir Vingett, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 116091. Matchbox, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 088258. Smoke and Barrel, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 088772. Pop Social, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 112530. Bidwell, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 092990. The Capitol Lounge, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 023601. Commonwealth Katina Homestead, License Number 090865. Vegas Lounge, Retailer C, Nightclub, License Number 001273. Hill Country, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 083696. 1942 DC, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 070728. 18th Street Lounge, Retailer C, Tavern, License Number 021211. District Anchor, Retailer C, Nightclub, License Number 100517. The Ugly Mug Dining Saloon Vapor Valor Group Pub, Retailer C, Restaurant, License Number 071793. The Fairfax at Embassy Row, Retailer C, Hotel, License Number 102830. Capitol Hill Skyline Hotel, Retailer C, Hotel, License Number 072534. Washington, D.C. Marriott Wardman Park Hotel, Retailer C, Hotel, License Number 108837. And Anxo Cidery and Pintops Bar Retail SC Tavern, license number 098528. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board issues cease and desist orders to these establishments. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board temporary license 1-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are, there are 10 applicants. I will read the name of the applicants and I will state the license class, the date of the event, the license number, and at the end of the list, I'll ask for the ABC Board to approve these requests. The first request, a request made by Kelly E. Yanshulis. This is for 1-day license class F. This is for a wedding. This is on December 3rd, 2021. The license number is 119822. The second request, a request from Anastasia Diran for 1-day license class G. This is for Halloween Day celebration on October 30th, 2021. The license number is 119782. The next request, a request made by Abina Adain Gabriel. This is for 1-day license class G, and I apologize for the pronunciation. It's a Ethiopian traditional wedding ceremony. The date of the events are 11/4, 11/5, 11/6, 11/7, 2021. The license number is 113895. The next request, a request from Robert A. Jordan. This is a 1-day license class G. It's for Halloween party social. This is on October 30th, 2021. The license number is 119839. Number 5 is a request from Marcella E. Uroso, a 1-day license class G. This is for a model contest on November 6, 2021. The license number is 119842. Number 5 is a request from Rooftop Bar Lessee, 12 stories bar, a 1-day substantial change. This is for a 1-day substantial change to use the license off premises to provide catering services for a private event in the Dockmaster building at the District Wharf on 101 District Square, Southwest Washington, D.C. This is on October 29th, 2021. The license number for 12 stories bar is 112109, and the substantial change license is 21 substantial change 00854. The next request, a request from DC Onesie Crawl 22. This is for a pub crawl on Project DC events. The board will be voted to conditionally approve 1,000 participants for this event. So the pub crawl, the Onesie Pub Crawl 22 is on January 8th, 2022. The license number is 105182, and the substantial change number is 21 SC 00854. The next request is a request from Cupid's Bar Crawl 2022. It's a bar crawl from Project DC events. Again, the board will be voting to conditionally approve 1,000 participants. This is a Cupid Bar Crawl 2022. This will take place on February 12th, 2022. The license number, the neighborhood is the DuPont Circle area. The license number is 105182, and the substantial change number is 21 SC 00851. The next request, a request regarding the Shamrock Crawl 22. This is a pub crawl from Project DC events. The Shamrock Crawl 22 is March 12, 2022. And this is again going to be in the DuPont Circle area. The license number is 105182. The substantial change numbers, the substantial change license is 21 substantial change 00849. The next request is a DC Potter Crawl 2022. It's a pub crawl from Project DC Events. The board will be voting to conditionally approve 1,000 participants. This is on April 30th, 2022. This is again in the DuPont Circle area. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license number is 21SC00852. I therefore make a motion that ABC board grants these licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's licensing administrative docket. On the board's licensing administrative docket, there are 14 applicants. I will name the 14 applicants, the request that's been made, and then at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to vote to approve the request. The first request, a request made by DC Corazon. The license number is 116482. Their retailer C Restaurant. This is for the carry out and delivery application. Number 2 is a request from 3 Stars Brewing Company, license number 087686. Their manufacturer B, corporate name change application. The new name is 3 Stars Brewing Company, Inc. The next request is a request made by Larry Gores, license number 115606. Their retailer C Restaurant. This is a change of hours application. Number 4 is a request again from La Lagores, license number 115606. Their retailer C Restaurant. This is for entertainment endorsement application. Number 5, a request from Drew Drop In, license number 097569. Their retailer C Tavern. This is a letter of request to add first floor increase of occupancy load from 68 to 164 inside and from 34 to 114 on the Summer Garden. Number 6 is a request from Grazy, license number 118962. They are a retailer C Restaurant. This is for the carry out and delivery endorsement. Number 7 is a request from Tortuga Caribbean Bar and Grill, license number 107131. Their retailer C Restaurant. The entertainment endorsement application, Rooftop Summer Garden. Number 8 is a request from the Charles E. Smith Center, license number 001070. Their retailer C Multipurpose Facility Change of Officer application to add Christopher A. Bracey as Provost. Number 9 is another request from the Charles E. Smith Center, license number 001070. Retailer C Multipurpose Facility Change of Office application to add Charles K. Barber as interim director. Number 10 is another request from the Charles E. Smith Center, license number 001070. Retailer CX Multipurpose Facility stock transfer application. Number 7 is number 11 is The Corner Store, license number 118839. Their retailer B, new ABC license application. Number 12 is Crew Hemp Lounge, license number 117958. Their retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 13 is Mivida, license number 118649. Their retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. And number 14 is Church, license number 119851. Their retailer C retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Would not have a roll call.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize, but just help update me regarding number 12, Crew Hemp Lounge. I thought we had them before.
We have had them before. The board voted to approve it, and this is just the board voted to approve the license. and this is the final action in the license being been issued. So just for clarification for everyone, all of these are on this agenda. All the actions that are being requested were previously approved by the board, and this is just the final vote for the license to be issued. Okay, all right. So I make a motion that the board approve these actions, and I believe was a motion second?
Yes, it was.
The motion was seconded by Mr. Short. So now that the motion has been properly seconded by Mr. Short, let's have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board voted 6-0 to approve this agenda. I would like to thank everyone for participating in this morning's agenda. The board now will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask all board members return to executive session for further development. See you, the public, at 1:30, and I will see the board in executive session. Thank you very much. We're in the record. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board hearing. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 1, 2. There are 4 cases scheduled, listed on this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphones, and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first case on this afternoon's calendar is case number 21 CIT 00213, Hades Restaurant, license number 24663. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Investigator, your rights have been elevated. Translator Tapia, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Antoine Williams, your rights have been elevated. Mr. or Ms. Venegas, your rights have been elevated. And Mr. Cowden, yes, Mr. Cowden, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Sandra Tapia. I'm going to be your interpreter today.
I'm sorry. Do you have a camera, ma'am?
I do.
Can you turn your camera on, please?
I can. Just a second, please. I normally don't turn my camera on when I'm in.
Ma'am, you're translating. I need to see I need to swear the person in. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I am the board chair. Okay, this is the first time I'm working with you. We're doing a virtual hearing. I need to see you to swear you in. You are also translating for someone, so I need to see who is doing the translation, ma'am. So you're a new contractor for this agency, and I just want to establish with you at least the way I operate, that if you are the translator, I expect to see you while you're translating. And my expectation for a translator is that the translator translates word for word everything that occurs in these proceedings. Okay, ma'am?
Thank you, sir, for all that information. I do have a few questions, and also to let you know that while I'm interpreting, I'm not translating, I'm interpreting because it's verbal.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes,
it's okay. It's okay. I just want to clarify a few things. And when I'm doing so, I don't do it word for word because many times it would make no sense. I do it meaning for meaning. And that is a professional way to do it. And the second thing is I take note of everything people are saying. And for that reason, that's one of the reasons I normally don't have my camera on, because I'm going to be writing down. So I'm going to be, and then when you're going to see the top of my head most of the time. The second reason is not to distract attention visually, because the only thing that you actually need is my voice. And the third reason is because it also saves bandwidth and it makes my internet connection stronger and clearer. But if you wish me to have my camera on, there is no problem.
I wish you to have your camera on, ma'am, and then I don't have a problem. It's clear that I'm seeing the top of your head, and I don't have a problem with that, because part of the problem is that a lot of times when we're doing this here and virtually, if I'm not seeing the person, I don't know that they're there sometimes. And so you might have some internet concerns, and then you're gone from the screen, and I don't know. So if your camera is on, and then if you're translating, if I don't see you on the screen, then I will know to stop to try to find out what's going on. And so that's one of the reasons why when I prefer that I can see folks. So if they're having internet concerns, I can stop immediately and move on from there. So that's why I prefer to see the persons, because I will always know that they are there. Now, for people who do not have cameras, then I'm not going to require that. But just to ensure that anything can happen, and I don't want to be carrying on with a hearing, and one of the critical parties, for whatever reason, is not there to translate. Okay. All right. I believe that you're translating for Miss Veneras. Can you confirm that she is there for me, please, ma'am?
Señora Venera, ¿se encuentra presente?
Estoy presente.
Gracias. ¿Cómo es su nombre, por favor? Venegas. Ok, gracias.
Simia Venegas.
Gracias. Mrs. Venegas is here.
Can you ask her if she has a camera she can turn on, if she does?
¿Tiene usted una cámara que pudiera encender, señora Venegas?
Tenemos.
¿Perdón?
Yes.
Sí. Yes.
Estamos.
All right. Can you also? I'm going to swear you in, but I let Miss Tapia. Tapia. Can you raise your hand? Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm? Do you swear or affirm to faithfully translate these proceedings from English to Spanish? Is this Spanish, ma'am?
Yes, it's Spanish,
Yes.
and it's interpreting.
Yes, from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your abilities?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your role in this hearing today, please, ma'am?
Sandra Tapia, SANDRATAPIA. I am a certified court interpreter.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, can we have the government attorney please introduce himself for the record and please spell and state his name, please?
Puede presentarse, por favor, la fiscalía, y por favor diga su nombre y deletrea su nombre.
Good afternoon, Chairman Donovan. My name is Antoine Williams, representing the government today. You spell my name Antoine. My last name is Williams, Williams.
Buenas tardes, presidente Anderson. Yo estoy representando a la fiscalía y mi nombre es el licenciado Antoine Williams y se escribe ANTOINE, Williams, WILLIAMS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Mr. Brown. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor Brown. Perdón, buenas tardes, señor Williams.
Can we have the attorney representing the licensee and identify himself for the record, please?
Podemos tener también al otro abogado contrario que se identifique para el acta.
Hold on. It appears that both of you are in the same location.
I think
Someone needs to her phone. She needs to mute her line. Both lines cannot be open at the same time. Okay, if you're in the same room.
Un momento. Parece que ambos están en el mismo local. Por favor, puede, por favor, ella poner en silencio su sonido porque no pueden estar ambos prendidos al mismo tiempo.
Good afternoon, Chair Anderson. It's William Cowden on behalf of Hades Restaurant.
Buenas tardes, señor Anderson, presidente Anderson. Yo soy el abogado William Cowen que está representando el restaurante Hades.
Are both of you in the same room, sir?
¿Ambos están en la misma sala, señor?
We're good because we're having feedback, so I'm not quite sure. And I don't have a problem being the same line. It's the problem, though. We're going to have some concerns with communications because of the feedback with both your line and her line being open at the same time. I don't know if you're able to share the same screen rather than her having her own login, because we're going to have some problems hearing.
Sí, veo que sí están, sí estamos en el mismo local. Bueno, entonces estamos teniendo problemas con la comunicación porque se oye un feedback, entonces no hay problema que estén en el mismo lugar, pero no sé si pueden compartir la misma pantalla para que no tengan ambos prendidos el sonido, porque eso es lo que nos produce el feedback y son problemas de comunicación.
Mr. Anderson, if I may.
Yes, yeah, go ahead,
¿Me
Miss
permite, por
Angela.
favor? Sí, adelante, por favor.
Okay, so Mr. Cowden and Mrs. Venegas, if you guys are in the same room, one of you must have on headphones because what's happening is the mic is picking up the audio from the other person. That's why we're hearing feedback. If that's not true, if you guys are not in the same room, one of you guys may be logged on twice or have called in.
Bueno, para el señor Corin y para la señora Venegas, si están ambos en la misma sala, uno de ustedes se tiene que poner audífonos porque si no, el micrófono percibe el sonido de ambos y eso es lo que causa el problema. Si no es así, si no están en la misma sala, entonces uno de ustedes está llamando por teléfono también o se registró y se metió 2 veces.
What I'll do is I will try to share screens with my client and mute my microphone, but keep my computer on so that I can access the exhibits that way.
Lo que voy a hacer es que voy a tratar de compartir la pantalla con mi cliente y voy a apagar mi micrófono para poder utilizar la pantalla de la computadora para compartir las pruebas.
Miss Andrews, will that work?
Señora Ángel, ¿eso funcionaría?
If both of them are still logged in, your mic, sir, if you're going to share computers with your client, your speakers must be turned all the way down because once she opens her mic, we will hear it from your speakers. Okay?
Si están en el mismo lugar, entonces y usted va a ocupar la computadora para compartir la pantalla, entonces asegúrese que las bocinas estén completamente hasta abajo, porque si no, cuando ella prenda su micrófono, van a percibir también el sonido de su computadora y por eso tienen que bajarlas al máximo. ¿Está bien?
So I'm going to go ahead and unmute Miss Venegas' line so we can hear you.
Voy a activar el micrófono de la línea de la señora Venegas para poderle escuchar.
Okay, I have muted my microphone and turned my speakers to silent. And I
Thank
will
you.
share this screen here and then just use my computer for the accessing the exhibits.
Much better.
Muy bien, entonces he apagado mi micrófono y he puesto mis bocinas en silencio. Entonces voy a compartir aquí la pantalla con mi computadora y voy a compartir la pantalla con mi cliente.
All right. Mr. Williams, if this matter goes to a hearing, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Señor Williams, si este asunto llega a una audiencia, ¿usted tiene algún testigo que tenga que llamar?
The district would call investigator Travel Prout.
El distrito va a llamar al investigador Travel Cacos. Ok, gracias.
Mr. Proud, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Señor Park, ¿puede por favor decir su nombre y deletrearlo para el acta, por favor?
Hi, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Investigator Tavril, Tavril. Last name Prout, Prout.
Buenas tardes, presidente. Yo soy el investigador Tavril Prout, Tavril Prout.
Mr. Cohen, if this matter goes to a hearing, do you, outside of the owner, do you have any witnesses that are online that you plan to call?
Licenciado Cohen, si este asunto pasa a una audiencia, ¿usted tiene testigos a los que quisiera usted llamar?
Just the owner, sir.
All right, thank you.
Solamente la propietaria, señor. Ok, gracias.
All right, so this is a show cause hearing. And
Esta es una audiencia para demostrar la causa.
are there any preliminary matters that either side wishes to bring to the attention of the board?
¿Hay algún asunto preliminar que cualquiera de las partes le gustaría llamar la atención del directorio?
Mr. Williams?
Señor Williams, licenciado Williams.
Nothing from the district.
Nada por parte del distrito.
Mr. Cohen?
Licenciado Cohen.
Yes, in the government's papers and its exhibits, it indicates that the violation here is based on Mayor's Order 2021-004, extension of the public emergency and public health emergency and modified measures in Phase 2 of Washington, D.C. reopening. And I would just like to bring to the tribunal's attention the fact that Mayor's Order 2021-004, which was issued January 11, 2021, expires by its terms at 5 a.m. on January 22nd, 2021. And so our position is that the citation is invalid because this was not in effect on March 17, 2021, when the citation was issued.
Sí, yo quisiera llamar la atención del hecho de que según las pruebas que presenta el gobierno acerca de la presunta violación, tiene que ver con las provisiones de la alcaldesa del 2021-004, con las excepciones de la emergencia pública y la emergencia sanitaria pública en la fase 2 de la ciudad de Washington de la reapertura. Según el tribunal, esta condición, este mandato fue el 2021-004 que entró en efecto en vigor el 11 de enero del 2021 y había expirado al final de su término, que fue el 22 de enero del 2021 a las 5 de la mañana. Entonces, mi posición es que cuando se hizo este citatorio, este mandato era inválido, ya que esto fue el 17 de marzo del 2020.
Mr. Williams?
Licenciado Williams.
Yes, Your Honor. One moment.
You have a response?
Yes.
Sí, señoría, tiene que responder. Sí.
The notice in particular states that it's DC 23 DCMR 8 section 810.2, which is based on the emergency orders from ABRA. That would be emergency order number 10. I'm not sure which document that Mr. Cowden was referencing initially. It was kind of fast, but the notice that we sent out is based off of 23 DCMR 8 section 810.2, which is based on the January 13th, 2021.
Sí, yo quisiera decir que nosotros la notificación que establecimos era de acuerdo con la ordenanza 23 en la sección 10.2 de ABRA. Entonces, esa es la orden de emergencia número 10. No sé a qué documento estaba haciendo referencia el abogado porque fue bastante rápido, pero la notificación que nosotros pusimos está basada en el 23 de C8, sección 80.2 de 13 de enero del 2021.
Mr. Cohen?
Licenciado Cohen.
Your Honor, I'm looking at the case report, and page 1 of the case report says Mayor's Order 2021-004 wasn't in effect. So I now citing to some other order, I think, that I'm not familiar with.
Yo estoy viendo el reporte del caso y según lo que dice aquí es que es la orden de la alcaldesa 2021-004 y que no estaba en efecto ya en ese momento. Entonces, no sé lo que está citando el señor porque esto es lo que dice aquí en la orden del caso.
Mr. Cohen, do you have a copy of this? Do you have a copy of the notice of status hearing and show cause that has the charges listed and the violation listed? Do you have a copy of that, sir?
Licenciado, ¿tiene usted una copia de la notificación de que se presente junto con las acusaciones de la violación que están listadas? ¿Tiene usted una copia de esta audiencia?
Believe I do. I attached it as Exhibit 1 to my submission.
Sí, la tengo. Yo la anexé como la prueba número 1 de los papeles que presenté.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Chairperson.
Sí, señor Williams.
Just for clarification, if he's going off the investigative report, that is the recommendation that comes over when when the case is referred to Office of Attorney General. At that point, it's our responsibility to actually go through the regulations, especially in this case where there were multiple orders issued during that time. So the notice that went out specifically directed toward the current order of at that time, which was a violation of 23 DCMR section 8102.2 with the January 13, 2021 date. And that would be the 10th emergency order that was issued.
Sí, su señoría, yo quisiera clarificar algo, que si él se está refiriendo al informe de la investigación, lo que estamos viendo en el caso hace referencia, eso tiene que ver con la Fiscalía, con la Fiscalía General de la República. Eso hace referencia a este caso, sobre todo cuando ya tenía múltiples órdenes. Y la que estamos hablando actualmente está basada en el 23 DMA 2.2, que es la orden de emergencia.
Mr. Cohen, do you have a response, or can we move on, or what's your?
We're prepared for testimony, Your Honor.
Licenciado, ¿tiene usted una respuesta o podemos seguir? Bueno, yo seguiría con eso, licenciado. Su señoría.
Are you removing that as an issue, or are you asking, or will you be asking the board to make a decision at some point during this hearing, sir?
Well,
¿Está usted quitándolo del asunto?
I'm asking the
¿Está
board
usted pidiéndole al directorio que tome una decisión al respecto, señor?
I am asking the board to dismiss the charge based on the lack of fair notice. And if the board wants to proceed with the hearing, we're prepared to proceed as well.
Yo le estoy pidiendo al directorio que desestime este asunto por la falta de notificación, pero si desean continuar con el asunto, estamos también preparados para continuar.
All right, the board will take this matter under advisement, and so, Mr. Williams, you know that this is an issue that's been raised, so please address this in your presentation. And Mr. Cohen, I'll ask that in your presentation that you can raise that, and that the board will make a determination on that procedural issue at that in our determination.
Bueno, entonces yo estoy aconsejando, licenciado Williams, que usted hable de ese asunto mientras haga su presentación, que usted se dirija a ese asunto, y licenciado Cohen también que usted mencione este asunto cuando le toque su turno de hacer la presentación, y de esa manera el directorio tomará una determinación cuando sea nuestro turno de hacer nuestra determinación tomando eso en cuenta.
All right. Everyone
¿Está bien?
understands where we are?
¿Pueden seguir de donde estamos?
All right. So the process is what is going to occur, the government will make an opening statement. The licensee, if they so choose, they can make an opening statement, or they can wait prior to opening their case to make an opening statement. The government will call its first witness. The government will present. The licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. The board will then do that. And once the government has rested its case, the licensee will have an opportunity to present its case.
Muy bien, entonces de la forma que vamos a presentar esto, vamos a proceder, es que primero la Fiscalía va a hacer una declaración de apertura. Después de que la Fiscalía haga una declaración de apertura, entonces las personas que tienen el negocio, que tienen la licencia, tendrá oportunidad también de hacer una declaración de apertura. También puede abstenerse de hacerlo hasta que presente su caso. Después de eso, la Fiscalía va a llamar a su primer testigo, le va a hacer preguntas. El negocio con la licencia puede contrainterrogar también al testigo y por último el directorio también puede hacerle preguntas al testigo. Después, cuando la fiscalía termine con su caso, entonces el negocio con la licencia tendrá la oportunidad también de presentar su caso.
All right. So, Mr. Williams, your opening statement, sir.
Entonces, licenciado Williams, por favor haga su declaración de apertura, señor.
Hold on 1 minute, Mr. And please be reminded that this matter has been translated. So please be mindful of how long you speak to give the translator, the interpreter, I'm sorry, an opportunity to interpret for the licensee.
Bueno, sí, por favor adelante y por favor recuerde que este asunto se está traduciendo y entonces tenga eso en mente para que no hable demasiado largos, para que le dé una oportunidad a la intérprete de que interprete lo que usted va a estar diciendo.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Adelante, licenciado Williams.
The district will show that on March 17th, 2021, at approximately 10:56 p.m., ABRA investigator Travell Prout visited NIV Corporation, trade name Hades Restaurant.
El caso se va a nombrar, demostrará que el 17 de marzo del 2021 a las 10:57 de la noche, el investigador de ABRA, Travel Proud, visitó a NIV Corporación, también conocido como el restaurante Hades.
The establishment is located at 3102 Mount Pleasant Street Northwest. He arrived to complete a regulatory inspection where he observed patrons consuming alcoholic beverages after 10 p.m.
Este establecimiento se encuentra localizado en el 3101 de la calle Mount Pleasant en el noroeste de Washington, D.C. y el inspector llegó a inspeccionar que se esté cumpliendo el reglamento y observó que había clientes que estaban consumiendo alcohol después de las 10 de la noche.
At the time, there was a 10th emergency order in effect that went into effect January 13th, 2021, and this violation was in accordance with DCMR 810.2 by failing to have patrons cease indoor premises alcohol consumption at 10 p.m. at that time.
En ese entonces, que eran después de las 10 de la noche, esto estaba sucediendo durante la orden de emergencia que fue emitida por la alcaldesa el 13 de enero de 2021 y fue una violación del código DCMR 810.2 que era que no deberían de estar consumiendo los clientes bebidas alcohólicas después de las 10 de la noche.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to call our witness, Mr. Prout.
Hold on, sir.
En este momento me gustaría llamar a nuestro testigo, al señor Prout. Un momento, por favor.
Mr. Cowan, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or do you wish to do an opening once you present your case?
Licenciado Cowan, ¿desea usted hacer una declaración de apertura en este momento o desea esperarse hasta que presente su caso para hacer su declaración de apertura? Lo haré desde ya.
Do you want to do your opening statement now, sir?
Yes, sir.
¿Quiere hacerlo desde ahora, señor? Sí,
Yeah, go
señor.
ahead.
Adelante.
May it please the board.
¿Me permite, tengo el permiso del directorio?
The evidence in this case will show that on March 17, 2021,
Las pruebas de este caso demostrarán que el 17 de marzo del 2021,
the patrons at issue in this case purchased meal and alcohol at 9 p.m.
que los clientes que son el asunto de este caso habían comprado el alcohol a las 9 de la noche.
They closed out their check
Ellos ya habían cancelado su cuenta
at 9:32 p.m.
a las 9:32 de la noche.
They asked for carry-out bags and they were provided carry-out bags.
Ellos pidieron bolsas para llevarse y se les dio bolsas para llevarse.
They were told that they could also take their drinks with them if they wanted to, and they indicated they did not want to do that, but wanted Cokes because they were driving.
Se les indicaron que también se podían llevar sus bebidas si es que así lo deseaban, pero dijeron que no, que querían Coca-Colas ya que estaban manejando.
The evidence will also show that where they were seated in the restaurant, they were the only patrons in that area.
También las evidencias van a mostrar que donde ellos estaban sentados en el restaurante eran los dos clientes en esa área.
And that the male patron in that area left his seat to go to the bathroom. And at that point, he could not be seen, and nor could the other patron be seen. And the operators of the restaurant did not know that the couple had not left the restaurant, as their intentions had indicated by closing out the bill, asking for a to-go bag, and then this gentleman disappearing from the restaurant.
También se demostrará que en ese momento el cliente masculino había dejado su asiento para ir al baño y el otro cliente tampoco podía verse. Entonces los operadores del restaurante pensaron que estos clientes ya habían salido del restaurante, dado que era su intención al pedir que se les llevara la cuenta y al pedir que también se les dieran bolsas para llevar.
Evidence will also show that prior to Investigator Prout entering the restaurant, he sent in somebody to try to purchase alcohol after 10 p.m. and that customer was denied a purchase.
Las pruebas también demostrarán que antes de que entrara el investigador Prout al restaurante, él había mandado a una persona a que intentara comprar alcohol después de las 10 de la noche y se le negó la compra de alcohol a esa persona.
And the evidence will show that this restaurant has a 26 years of unblemished record of perfect compliance with ABRU regulations.
También las pruebas demostrarán que este restaurante lleva 26 años en operación de cumplimiento absoluto con las regulaciones de ABRA.
A violation, a punishable violation requires a knowing violation of the mayor's order, and the evidence in this case will show that there was no knowing violation of the order because the restaurant did not know that these customers were consuming alcohol after 10 p.m.
Para que haya una violación que sea castigable, punible, es necesario que haya una violación que a sabiendas esté contradiciendo las órdenes de la alcaldesa, y las pruebas demostrarán que en este caso no sabían que estos clientes estaban todavía en el restaurante consumiendo alcohol después de las 10 de la noche.
At the end of the presentation, we will ask the board to dismiss the charges based on the evidence.
Al final de la presentación le vamos a pedir al directorio que desestime el caso basado en las pruebas.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. We're off the record for 3 minutes. Okay, no one going anywhere. We're just off the record for 3 minutes, please. Okay.
Vamos a salir del acta durante 3 minutos, por favor, permítanme.
We're back on the record. I apologize.
Regresamos al acta, me disculpo.
All right. Let me make sure that our other two board are Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis, are you there?
Señor Short, señora Grandis, ¿se encuentran ahí presentes?
All right, Mr. Williams, you should call your first witness, please.
Mr. Williams, ¿quiere llamar a su primer testigo, por favor?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to call
Gracias, presidente.
Tavril Prout.
Me gustaría llamar a testificar al señor Travel Proud.
Mr. Proud, can you raise your right hand, please?
Señor Proud, ¿puede por favor levantar su mano derecha?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do,
Decir
Chairman
la
Person.
verdad, solamente la verdad y nada más que la verdad. I'm sorry, interpreter needs a repetition. Can you repeat that, sir, please?
I do, Chairman Person Anderson.
Sí, así lo hago, señor presidente.
Your witness, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Adelante, licenciado Williams. Gracias.
Where do you work, Mr. Prout?
¿En dónde trabaja usted, señor Proud?
Yes, sir. I work for the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration for the District of Columbia.
Sí, señor, yo trabajo para la administración de bebidas alcohólicas y sus reglamentos del Distrito de Colombia.
What is your position there?
¿Cuál es su puesto ahí?
I am a alcohol investigator, sir.
Yo soy un investigador de alcohol, señor.
How long have you worked as an investigator?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted trabajando como investigador?
2 years and 10 months, sir.
2 años y 10 meses, señor.
Can you describe your duties as an investigator for ABRA?
¿Puede, por favor, describir cuáles son sus obligaciones como investigador de ABRA?
Yes, and my duties as an alcohol investigator for ABRA.
Sí.
My duties are to.
Go ahead.
My duties are to conduct regulatory inspections and investigations of alcohol serving establishments in the District of Columbia.
Sí, mis obligaciones como investigador de ABRA son hacer investigaciones e inspecciones acerca del consumo de alcohol dentro del Distrito de Columbia.
And do you have any trainings or certifications related to conducting these investigations?
¿Usted tiene alguna capacitación o certificación que tengan que ver con la conducción de estas investigaciones?
Yes, I do possess a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And I also received on-the-job training of approximately 3 months from lead investigator Earl Jones, as well as Felicia Dantzler.
Sí, yo tengo un certificado licenciado en ciencias de la Universidad de Maryland, del campus de East Shore, y también tengo capacitación durante aproximadamente 3 meses por parte del investigador Lee, Earl y Felicia Dantzler.
And briefly, can you describe the process for completing an ABRA investigative report?
Brevemente, ¿puede por favor describirnos cuál es el proceso para hacer un informe de investigación de ABRA?
Yes, so a investigative report for ABRA is conducted based on either a regulatory inspection being conducted and a ABRA violation being observed by a alcohol investigator, and or a ABRA violation being performed at a alcohol serving establishment, and the agency is made aware by partner agencies such as the Metropolitan Police Department through a police report which is generated by that activity, and the alcohol investigator is responsible for investigating that ABRA violation, in which an investigative report is constructed based off of the observations of the investigator and or a DC government official.
Sí, las investigaciones que llevamos a cabo en ABRA se basan en un reporte que se hace basado en las inspecciones que se hacen para ver si se observan violaciones en los establecimientos que sirven alcohol, y para ver si se llevan a cabo algunas violaciones a los reglamentos de servicio de alcohol dentro del Distrito de Columbia, y también a veces porque hay alguna persona que haya observado y que reporte a la agencia alguna violación en cuanto al servicio de alcohol. Por ejemplo, la Policía Metropolitana, el Departamento de Policía Metropolitana, que puede reportar durante alguna investigación que hayan observado que se están haciendo violaciones al Código de Servicio de Alcohol, y basado en estas observaciones que haga el investigador y o algún funcionario del gobierno del Distrito de Columbia.
At this time, Chairman, I would like to show Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 to Mr. Prout.
En este momento, presidente, me gustaría mostrar el elemento de prueba número 1 que vamos a mostrar en este momento en el reporte.
Mr. Andrews, can you give Mr. Williams the permission to share his screen?
Señora Ángeles, ¿le puede por favor permitir al licenciado Williams que comparta su pantalla?
Sure, stand by.
Claro que sí, un momento.
Okay, Mr. Williams, you can now share your screen.
Adelante, señor Williams, puede usted compartir su pantalla ahora.
Okay. Is everyone able to see my screen at this point?
¿Todo el mundo puede en este momento ver mi pantalla? Sí, sí podemos.
Okay, Mr. Prout, I'm going to scroll through and then I'm going to ask you a series of questions.
Muy bien, señor Proud, voy a recorrerla y después le voy a hacer una serie de preguntas.
Okay. Now, Mr. Prout, a few questions here. Do you recognize the document I'm showing you?
Muy bien, señor Proud, tengo varias preguntas. Una, ¿reconoce usted el documento que estoy mostrando?
Yes, sir. This is the investigative report that was constructed in lieu of the citation that was issued to Miss Venegas, who is the owner of Haiti Restaurant, in reference to violation of the mayor's executive order for allowing patrons to be able to consume alcohol after the curfew at that time, which was 10 o'clock p.m.
Okay. And did you
Sí,
draft?
este es lo que estoy viendo es el documento que se hizo como parte del reporte del citatorio que se expidió a la señora Venegas, que es la propietaria del restaurante Hades, que está en violación de la orden de emergencia de la alcaldesa de no permitir que los clientes consumieran alcohol en lo que era el toque de queda en ese entonces, que eran después de las 10 de la noche.
And did you draft this investigative report from your visit to Hades Restaurant on March 17th, 2021?
Y usted documentó este reporte, este informe investigativo después de que usted visitó el restaurante Hades el 17 de marzo del 2021.
Yes, sir. O.A.G. Williams.
Sí, señora, así es.
And was the report drafted at or near the time of the night that you entered the establishment on March 17th, 2021?
Y este informe se escribió en el momento o al poco tiempo de que usted estaba visitando el restaurante el 17 de marzo del 2021.
Yes, sir. O.A.G. Williams.
Sí, señora, así es.
Chairman, we'll stipulate to the admissibility of Exhibit 1.
Presidente, podemos estipular acerca de la visibilidad del elemento de prueba número 1.
I mean, so and it's also part of the board's records, but so I'm not quite sure what stipulation is, and I guess so. If you want to move the record, but you can let me. Let me ask a question, Mr. Williams. Where I mean, I'm not gonna tell you how to present your case. I don't have a problem. He said he wants to stipulate to the document. So I guess he can just go and testify whatever you want to bring out from the document, I suppose.
And that's fine, Your Honor. I mean,
Muy
Chairman.
bien, entonces vamos a ver, podemos establecer que reconocemos el documento que estamos viendo y de todas formas es parte del acta que tenemos nosotros en el director. Entonces le voy a dejar al licenciado Williams que usted haga sus preguntas, pero no sé cuál es el problema. Este documento ya está establecido y bueno, le voy a permitir que haga usted sus preguntas.
Okay, and then your chairman, I would just like to have the exhibit entered into evidence.
El presidente, me gustaría que este elemento de prueba se acepte como prueba.
So moved because, and as a matter of law, the board's case report is part of the record, so it is admitted as evidence.
Sí, se acepta como prueba porque nosotros, como parte de la ley, este documento ya se encuentra dentro del caso, ya se encuentra dentro del caso que tenemos en el directorio, entonces se acepta como prueba.
Okay, Investigator Pratt, what time did you arrive at Hades Restaurant on March 17th, 2021?
Investigador Proud, ¿a qué hora llegó usted al restaurante Hades el 17 de marzo del 2021?
Yes, so I entered the establishment at 10:56 p.m.
Sí, señor, yo entré al local a las 10:57 de la noche.
Can you please briefly describe what you saw when you entered the establishment?
¿Puede describir brevemente lo que usted vio cuando entró al local?
Yes, as I entered the establishment, I saw two patrons with flutes of alcohol beverages in front of each patron upon entry into the establishment at that current time.
Sí,
One
señor.
male and one female patron.
Sí, señor. Cuando yo entré al establecimiento, vi a dos clientes que tenían margaritas o, bueno, lo que parecía que era algo de alcohol que tenían frente a ellos. En el momento en que yo entré a esa hora, eran dos clientes, un hombre y una mujer.
And what was the purpose of your visit?
¿Cuál era el propósito de su visita?
The purpose of my visit was to conduct a regulatory inspection.
El propósito de mi visita era llevar a cabo una investigación rutinaria.
And did you speak with anyone about your observations that evening?
¿Usted habló con alguna persona acerca de lo que observó esa noche?
Yes, I made contact with owner Miss Nima Venegas.
Sí, me comuniqué con la propietaria, la señora Nima Venegas.
And did you inform her of the violation?
¿Y usted la informó a ella de la violación?
Yes, I did.
Sí, así fue.
And how did you know the violation that you informed her of as far as the patrons drinking after 10 p.m.?
¿Y cómo sabía usted de la violación que usted la informó a ella, o sea, de que los clientes estuvieran bebiendo alcohol después de las 10 de la noche?
Yes, I reviewed the mayor's executive order, and which was the 10th Amendment, and which was signed into effect on January 13th, 2021, and expired in May of 2021.
Sí, yo cuando me comuniqué con ella me refería a la orden ejecutiva de la alcaldesa que se había emitido el 13 de enero de 2021 y que expiraba en mayo del 2021.
Okay. And I've scrolled down to the first exhibit, number 1, which is a photo. Did you take this picture?
Hold on.
Estoy bajando al elemento de prueba número 1, que es una foto. Usted tomó esta foto. Un momento.
Mr. Williams, there's some things that you're doing. So from point to point, we're only seeing half of the documents. I'm not sure if you're covered. Yes. So whatever you just did, We can see the screen, but then in the middle of it, then you do something and then half of the screen is covered.
No problem.
Sí, perdón, estaba haciendo algo que estaba cubriendo la pantalla. Lo que hizo es que no podíamos ver todo porque lo que estaba haciendo estaba cubriendo la mitad de la pantalla.
Like,
Mr. Chair,
okay.
may I?
Now,
¿Me permite, presidente?
Go ahead, Ms. Andrews.
Adelante, señora Sánchez.
Mr. Williams, you have shared just the Adobe application. So any application that's open, that's on top of your image, is going to block the Adobe.
Licenciado Williams, usted acaba de compartir a su aplicación de Adobe, entonces cualquier aplicación que abra que esté encima de esto va a cubrir su imagen.
You didn't share your entire screen. So anything that's open that's not Adobe, it's just grayed out.
Okay,
entonces usted compartió toda su pantalla, entonces cualquier cosa que aparezca en la pantalla que no sea Adobe va a verse en gris. Ok, no hay problema.
All right. Do we have a full screen now?
Ahora tenemos la pantalla completa. Sí.
Okay, no problem.
Ok, no hay problema.
Mr. Prout, did you take the picture in Exhibit 1?
Señor Prout, ¿usted tomó la fotografía en elemento prueba número 1?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you took this picture?
¿Usted recuerda aproximadamente a qué hora tomó esta fotografía? Sí.
What time was that?
¿Qué hora
That picture was taken at 10:56 p.m.
Esa fotografía se tomó a las 10:56 de la noche.
I'm going to scroll down a little further.
Vamos a bajar un poco más.
This is a receipt. When
Este es un recibo.
Did you retrieve this receipt?
¿Usted tomó este recibo?
Yes. Upon conducting the regulatory inspection, I asked Ms. Venegas for a copy of the receipt, in which she stated that the two patrons were at the establishment since 9:32 p.m. And she stated that she did not want to remove the beverages of alcohol due to fear of them being angry of the alcohol being removed in front of them. So then I notified her that she is more than willing to contact the police in the event in which patrons may be aggressive towards her, and or she may want to hire additional security in order for her to be made to feel safe in her own place of her own restaurant. And so she stated that she did understand that.
Sí, yo le pedí esa copia a la señora Venegas después de haber hecho la investigación y ella me declaró que estos clientes habían estado ahí y habían ordenado a las 9:32 y que a ella no quería quitarles el alcohol que tenían frente a ellos porque a ella le temía que los clientes se enojaran por quitarles el alcohol que tenían frente a ellos. Y yo le dije que ella podía, si se sentía amenazada en algún momento por algún cliente, podía hablar a la policía si algún cliente se ponía agresivo o que podía contratar seguridad adicional para que se sintiera más segura en su propio lugar, en su propio restaurante.
When you were talking with the owner, were you both able to see the patrons?
Cuando usted estaba hablando con la propietaria, ¿ambos ustedes podían ver a los clientes?
Yes, both patrons were seated during the duration of the regulatory inspection.
Okay.
Sí, ambos clientes estaban sentados durante el tiempo que llevó la inspección.
And when you took the picture earlier, approximately how much time after you took the picture did you and the owner engage in conversation?
Y cuando usted había tomado la fotografía anteriormente, ¿aproximadamente cuánto tiempo había pasado desde que tomó la fotografía y que se puso a conversar con la propietaria?
Approximately 1 to 2 minutes.
Aproximadamente de 1 a 2 minutos.
And when you walked into the establishment, based on your view of the establishment, where were the patrons located from the entry?
Y cuando usted entró al local, basado en su perspectiva, en su vista de los clientes, ¿en dónde estaban ubicados estos clientes desde la entrada?
So as I walked into the establishment, upon entry through 2 sets of doors, you would be facing the main bar, and the 2 patrons were seated on the left side of the restaurant near the front door of the establishment.
Were they
Bueno, cuando yo entré al restaurante, después de pasar por 2 juegos de puerta, uno puede ver el bar principal frente a uno y los 2 clientes se encontraban sentados al lado izquierdo del restaurante, cerca de la entrada de la puerta de entrada.
So were they visible to you when you made your way into the restaurant, or did you have to navigate some different doors or partitions to see these individuals?
Entonces, ¿eran visibles desde el momento en que usted entró al restaurante o tuvo usted que pasar por diferentes particiones o puertas para poder ver a estos clientes?
So upon entry through the first door, there is a small foyer in which leads to a second door. As soon as I entered through the second door, the patrons were viewed upon entry through the second door, in which both doors are main doors in order to gain entry into the establishment. So there was no side door or any alternate routes that were taken in order to view both patrons at the front half of the establishment upon entry for the regulatory inspection.
And then one last
Cuando
question.
uno entra al restaurante hay una puerta y después de esa puerta hay como un pequeño lobby donde se encuentra inmediatamente después otra puerta. Entonces, después de pasar la segunda puerta, ambas son las puertas principales de entrada. Entonces, uno podía ver a los clientes directamente a la entrada del establecimiento una vez que se pasan esas 2 puertas. No hay una puerta de un lado ni ninguna otra cosa que nos desvíe para poder ver a los 2 clientes que estaban a la entrada enfrente del restaurante del establecimiento.
Okay, and then this receipt at 9:32, it shows one picture in the receipt. Is that correct?
Entonces, este recibo de las 9:32 muestra aquí que hay una jarra, ¿verdad? Que está reflejada en este recibo, ¿correcto?
Yes, the receipt does reflect one picture of Margarita Fiesta, and which was observed on the table upon entry into the establishment at 10:56 p.m.
Sí, en este recibo se ve que hay una jarra de Margarita Fiesta que se observó en la mesa de los clientes cuando entramos al restaurante a las 10:56 de la noche.
I have no further questions, Chairman.
No tengo más preguntas, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Gracias,
Mr.
licenciado
Cohen.
Williams.
Do you have any questions for the witness?
I do, thank you.
Licenciado Cohen, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta que hacerle al testigo? No, muchas gracias.
Investigator Proud, when you entered the restaurant, there was only one patron sitting at the table, correct?
Investigador Proud, cuando usted entró al restaurante, nada más había un cliente que estaba sentado en la mesa, ¿correcto?
There were 2 patrons at the table upon entry into the establishment.
Había 2 clientes en la mesa en cuanto entré al local.
The receipt that your counsel just showed you shows that the patrons closed out their check at 9:32 p.m. on March 17, 2021, correct?
El recibo que le acaban de mostrar muestra que los clientes habían pagado su cuenta a las 9:32 de la noche el 17 de marzo del 2021, ¿verdad?
The receipt that is reflected in the exhibit has a time of 21:32 in which it does not specify whether the check was opened and or closed at 9:32. However, due due to my professional experience, normally 9:32 or the time that's listed on the receipt is the time in which the receipt is open and not necessarily closed. I'm sorry, the check is open at that time.
El recibo que estamos nosotros viendo en la pantalla y tiene que tiene la fecha que usted citó a las 9:32 el 17 de marzo. Dice que son las 21:32, pero no dice exactamente si esto se cerró o se abrió. De acuerdo con mi experiencia, eso es cuando se abrió a las 9:32 y no necesariamente cuando se cerró la cuenta.
Did you have an objection or something, Mr. Cohen?
I'm just going to follow up with another question.
Voy a darle seguimiento con otra pregunta.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Adelante, licenciado Williams.
Mr. Proud, Investigator Proud, you have no idea how long these customers were sitting at the restaurant consuming their meal, correct?
Señor Proud, investigador Proud, usted no tiene idea de cuánto tiempo llevaban estos clientes ahí consumiendo su comida, ¿verdad?
The information that I do know is that there is a time that's on the receipt that specifies 21:32 and that the patrons were still in the establishment at 10:56 p.m. in which I arrived to the establishment to conduct a regulatory inspection.
You know when the
La
patrons...
información que sí tengo es que según este recibo, la hora que se refleja ahí es las 21:32 horas y que estos patrones, estos clientes estaban todavía presentes cuando yo llegué al local a las 10:56 de la noche.
Sir, as you sit here today, do you know when the patrons arrived at the restaurant?
Señor, en este momento, ¿usted sabe cuándo llegaron estos clientes al restaurante? ¿A qué hora?
The time in which the patrons arrived to the establishment was prior to my arrival at 10:56 p.m.
La hora en la que llegaron estos clientes fue antes de que yo llegara a las 10:56 de la noche.
Did you ask the patrons how long they had been sitting at the restaurant consuming their meal?
¿Usted le preguntó a los clientes cuánto tiempo llevaban en el restaurante consumiendo sus alimentos?
No,
No,
I did not.
no lo hice.
When you entered the restaurant, you indicated that you saw the patrons to your left as you entered the restaurant, correct?
Cuando usted entró al restaurante, usted indicó que usted vio a los clientes hacia la izquierda de la entrada del restaurante, ¿correcto?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
When you went to talk to the owner, where was the owner located, sir?
Cuando usted fue a hablar con la propietaria, ¿en dónde se encontraba ella ubicada, señor?
The owner was located behind the main bar area of the establishment.
La propietaria se encontraba ubicada detrás del área del bar principal del local.
Sir, isn't it a fact that the owner was to the left of the restaurant over in the area where she was monitoring internet orders?
Señor, ¿no es cierto que la propietaria se encontraba al lado izquierdo donde ella estaba monitoreando órdenes que se hacen por internet?
Sir, I had not been to the establishment prior to the regulatory inspection being conducted, so I have no idea where the internet orders were being placed and or received at that time.
Señor, yo no había entrado a ese restaurante antes de haber hecho esta revisión de investigación, entonces no tengo idea en dónde se hagan o desde dónde se hagan o se reciban las órdenes.
I would like to share my screen exhibits, so I'm going to need permission to do that.
Me gustaría compartir las pruebas en mi pantalla, necesito permiso para hacerlo, por favor.
Ms. Andrews, can you please give him permission to share his screen, please?
Señora Sánchez, ¿puede darle por favor permiso para que comparta su pantalla?
Sure. Mr. County, your rights have been elevated. Oh, you may now share your screen.
Señor licenciado County, ahora sus derechos se han elevado y ahora ya tiene permiso de compartir la pantalla.
I'm going to show you what's marked Defendant's Exhibit 3 and ask you if you recognize this.
Voy a mostrarle lo que se ha marcado como elemento de prueba de la defensa número 3 y le voy a preguntar si lo reconoce.
Mr. Cohen, I would suggest that you have your client, you can have your client where she's at. You can make sure that you turn off her volume, and then you can then that you turn her volume off, and then you can sit in front of your computer. So as Ms. Andrews had stated, the volume on whatever computer is not being used needs to be turned off.
Licenciado Cowen, ¿puede usted dejar a su cliente ahí donde ella está sentada? Yo le recomiendo que usted se vaya a su computadora a compartir su pantalla y que le apague el volumen a ella. Como dijo la señora Sánchez, el micrófono que no se está usando se tiene que apagar.
I am trying to share, Exhibit 3 is a video, and I'm trying to share it, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to be coming up. When I play it on my computer, it's there, but I don't see it coming through the system.
Estoy tratando de compartir el elemento prueba número 3, que es un video, pero no está funcionando. Cuando lo pongo en mi computadora funciona, pero cuando lo estoy tratando de compartir, creo que no está pasando por el sistema.
Mr. Cowden, are you trying to share your screen under your name or Mrs. Venega's screen?
Licenciado Cowen, ¿está tratando de compartir su pantalla bajo su nombre o el nombre de la señora Venegas?
It's my screen. Do I just move the file into the WebEx share screen box?
So
Es mi pantalla. ¿Quiere que mueva este archivo simplemente al lugar de WebEx donde se pueden compartir las pantallas o los documentos?
You would hit the share box and select the application that is playing your video. So if that's Windows Media Player or if it's playing from Chrome, you would hit that application and then hit share again.
Okay. Usted va a seleccionar el casillero de compartir y después va a seleccionar la aplicación en donde se va a ver su video, si es Windows Media o si Play o si es Chrome, tiene que seleccionar ese y después darle clic a donde dice compartir. Ok.
This doesn't seem to be working. I even tried just to do some of the PDF photos. I wonder, is it possible for you to open the exhibits that I showed you, exhibit 4?
Esto no me parece que está funcionando. Incluso traté de compartir unas fotos de PDF, pero no parece que está funcionando. Es posible que usted pueda compartirlo. Es el elemento de prueba número 4.
Are you asking Mr. Williams to open his exhibit? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Cohen?
¿Le está usted pidiendo al licenciado Williams que abra sus pruebas? ¿Es lo que está usted pidiendo, licenciado Cohen?
The technical person. So exhibit 4 is a PDF.
Mr. All right. We don't have copies of your documents. So the only person who can do that is if you share them with Mr. Williams, you could ask him if he wants to do that. But our technical person is unable to do that. He's just a facilitator. So you're in charge of your case, and it's up to you if you can't access it, and if you want to ask Mr. Williams. But that's how that lies. But we can't help you. The agency cannot help you with that process.
Bueno, le estoy pidiendo esto a la persona que se encarga de la parte técnica. Si por favor puede compartir. Licenciado, usted puede compartirla con el licenciado Williams si quiere, pero nosotros no podemos compartirla. Nosotros no tenemos copia de sus documentos. Si quiere compartirla con el licenciado Williams, puede hacerlo, pero nuestra persona técnica es una facilitadora, no le puede ayudar a presentar su caso. Usted está en cargo de su caso y nosotros no tenemos acceso. Eso está entre ustedes dos. La agencia no puede ayudarle con esas cuestiones.
Let me just try to open this Adobe in my screen here.
Voy a intentar abrir este Adobe aquí en
I don't know how to open this.
No sé cómo abrirla.
Mr. Cohen, do you want us to go off the record so you can figure out how to do what you need to do, sir?
That may be helpful. I just don't. I haven't had this problem before. I can't seem to. So these exhibits are in this folder, but when I click them, they don't open up onto the screen.
I can't help you, sir. It's your computer. We've given you permission to share your screen, sir. So you need to figure out how to operate your own computer to play what's on your computer, sir.
¿Necesita usted tiempo para que pueda averiguar cómo hacer eso? No sé, no había tenido este programa anteriormente, lo había podido hacer. No puedo decirle cómo lo opere, señor, es su computadora y usted sabe cómo operar su computadora. Nosotros no podemos ayudarle con eso.
Mr. Coden,
Yes.
can you take your cursor and put it all the way at the top of your screen and hit stop sharing?
Licenciado Cohen, puede poner su cursor y llevarlo toda a la parte superior de la pantalla y poner dejar de compartir. Okay.
Now come back to WebEx and hit share.
Ahora
and I want you to
regrese.
share your entire...
Mr. Pierre, can you? All she's doing is giving. I know that you want to translate everything for the client, but she's just giving him instructions how to operate. So I don't believe you need to translate that, please.
Mr. Chairman, I know she's just giving instructions. Interpreters do not choose what to interpret and what not to. It's not that we want to interpret everything. It's that it's part of our ethical code that to interpret everything that's said on the. If you want to go off the record, then we can. Then you can speak freely without the interpreter interpreting.
Okay, ma'am. Do what you need to do, ma'am. Forget what I said. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Coden, I need you to come back to the WebEx screen, select share, and I want you to select anything that says screen or window so it can share your entire desktop.
Muy bien, licenciado. Ahora regrese a la parte que dice WebEx, a la ventanilla de WebEx y puede poner compartir y ahí ya puede compartir lo que dice Windows o si no su pantalla entera o lo que usted guste.
Keep in mind, you may have the option to scroll down because you may have multiple windows open or multiple applications open.
Ahora continúe recorriéndose hacia abajo porque tiene varias aplicaciones abiertas.
Do you see anything that's okay?
¿Puede ver algo ahí? Muy bien.
Okay, Mr. Coding, we can see your screen now.
Muy bien, licenciada, por favor, podemos ver su pantalla ahora.
I think I've got the picture, but I don't. Can you move it?
Creo que tengo la foto, pero no puedo. ¿Puede moverla usted?
No, sir.
Mr. Cohen, this is your computer. You can use your cursor to move whatever you need to move, sir. She can't operate your computer, sir. She can only give you instructions how to access the system, but to move amongst or between files, sir, it's your computer. You use your cursor, your mouse and your cursor to operate your computer system, sir.
Señora, su computadora, ella no puede mover su computadora, ella puede darle instrucciones de cómo hacerle dentro del sistema, pero no puede, no tiene acceso a su computadora. Es su computadora, usted tiene que usar su cursor y su mouse para moverla.
Okay, I believe on my client's screen, I'm showing Exhibit 4, and that's a photo. And I think you can move the photo down. So, Inspector, I'm asking you to look at Exhibit 4, and do you recognize yourself in the bottom of that photo?
We cannot see it, sir.
You can't see the photo?
All we can see, sir, all I'm looking at my screen, it is a photo was taken at 3/17/2021 at 10:24 p.m. and 10:24 and 22 seconds. We don't see anybody, we're just seeing a blue screen with a light, and that's it, and blue stars with a light, and then some blues. We're not able to see the whole photo, sir.
On my
Chair, if I may, you can zoom out. I'm sorry to interrupt. Everybody that's on the hearing, if you could see that, you have the options to the left of you to control if it's zoomed in or zoom out. Mr. Chair, I think you need to zoom out a little bit and maybe you could see the whole photo.
Why do I need to zoom out to see a photo? Why do I need to zoom in and zoom out for a photo? Is everyone seeing the photo, or am I the only one who's not seeing the photo? I shouldn't do this on the computer to see an exhibit.
I can't see it, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's why I shouldn't have to zoom in and zoom out. You're showing me and your exhibit. I'm supposed to sit here and look at the exhibit. I'm not supposed to be working with my computer to change it. So I'm not gonna zoom in and zoom out on my computer because I'm conducting this hearing. I'm sitting here, and so therefore, if you want me to look at an exhibit, you need to make the exhibit available for me to see it. So if you need to zoom, if you need to change the zoom on your computer, sir, you do that. But I'm not gonna do that.
Bueno, entonces, ¿puede usted, investigador, puede usted verse aquí en la esquina de esta fotografía? No, señor, no podemos ver su pantalla, no podemos ver su foto. Lo único que estamos viendo es una luz azul, una pantalla azul y una luz, y no podemos ver nada más. Perdón que interrumpa. Si quieren ver cualquiera de las personas que esté viendo la pantalla, puede ir a mano derecha y hacer un zoom in o un zoom out para poder ver la fotografía más grande o poderla ver completamente. Señor presidente, usted puede hacer un zoom in para poder ver la pantalla mejor. No, yo no voy a mover nada. Yo no voy a mover nada en mi computadora. Yo estoy aquí presidiendo y usted me tiene que enseñarla desde su computadora. Yo no se supone que tengo que trabajar ni cambiar nada. Usted es el que tiene que hacer el zoom in o out, señor. Yo no voy a hacer nada con mi computadora para poderla abrir o poderla ver. Yo no voy a cambiar nada con mi computadora, señor. Usted es el que tiene que hacerlo.
Fine, we can see the screen, so you can go ahead.
Bien, podemos ver la pantalla. Adelante.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 4. Do you recognize yourself in that photo at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Investigador, ¿puede usted, estamos viendo lo que tenemos aquí como elemento de prueba número 4. ¿Puede usted identificarse en esa fotografía? Sí, señor.
And sir, in that photo, it also shows that only one customer is sitting at the table when you enter the restaurant, correct?
Y señor, en
Yes,
esta
sir.
foto se ve que solamente un cliente está sentado en la mesa cuando usted entró al restaurante, ¿verdad? Sí, señor.
And it also shows that the customer is wrapped up her food in a to-go bag when you enter the restaurant, correct?
También se muestra que ese cliente ya tiene una bolsa para llevarse la comida, ¿verdad, señor?
Yes.
Sí.
Sir, I'm showing you Exhibit 5. Again, this is another photo of the restaurant when you entered on March 17, correct?
Señor, ahora le estoy mostrando el elemento de prueba número 5. Esta es otra fotografía del restaurante cuando usted entró el 17 de marzo, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And the couple that you say was drinking alcohol is that couple that's pictured in the photo, correct?
Y esa pareja que usted dice que estaban bebiendo alcohol es la pareja que se ve aquí en la foto, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And the gentleman in the photo is returning to the booth at that time, correct? In the photo.
Y el señor que se encuentra en la fotografía está regresando en ese momento ahí al booth, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And from the photo, you can see that there is a wall that is blocking, that abuts the staircase in the restaurant, correct?
Y desde la foto usted puede ver que hay una pared que bloquea esas escaleras en el restaurante, ¿verdad?
Yes. However, if you look at the placement of the bench, you're able to see the gentleman at his seat from behind the main bar area.
Sí, sin embargo, si usted se fija cómo está esa banca, ellos pueden ver al señor que está ahí sentado desde el área principal del bar.
But sir, fair to say that you can't see the gentleman seated in the bench if he's not sitting in the bench, correct?
Pero señor, sería razonable decir que usted no puede ver al señor que se está sentando en la banca si no está sentado en la banca, ¿verdad?
And in exhibit number 5,
En el
which is
evento
on
prueba
this,
número
which is
5,
on the screen,
que
it
es la que está
shows
en la
him
pantalla,
sitting down in the bench.
ahí muestra que él se está sentando en la banca.
And exhibit 4 showed that when you entered the restaurant, he wasn't in the bench, correct?
Y en el elemento de prueba número 4 mostró que cuando usted entró al restaurante, él no estaba en la banca, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And from the back of the restaurant, where you say the owner was, you can't see the woman sitting at the table, correct?
Y de la parte de atrás del restaurante donde usted dice que se encontraba la propietaria, no se puede ver a la señora que está sentada en la mesa, ¿verdad?
I'm not able to make that determination.
Yo no puedo determinar eso.
Showing you exhibit 6, you recognize this?
Estamos viendo ahora el elemento de prueba número 6. ¿Usted reconoce esto?
I recognize myself in the lower right corner of the pixel with the two patrons seated at the table.
Me reconozco a mí mismo en la parte inferior derecha de la foto con los dos clientes sentados en la mesa.
And the photograph shows you at the restaurant on March 17, the couple seated at the table, and their meal is packed up, correct?
Y ahí podemos ver que se encuentra usted aquí el 17 de marzo con la pareja que está sentada en la mesa y con su comida ya empacada para llevar, ¿verdad?
I see a bag on the table, but I don't know what the items are on that table.
Yo veo en la parte de atrás de la espalda en la mesa y no veo dónde están los artículos en la mesa.
Before you entered the restaurant that night, did you send in a woman to try to buy alcohol after 10 p.m.?
Antes de entrar a ese restaurante, ¿usted había mandado a una muchacha a que intentara comprar alcohol después de las 10 de la noche?
No, sir. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our team consists of 6 investigators. On the night in question, due to the response to the pandemic, the agency only had 2 investigators assigned per actual shift. So therefore, it was me and a male partner that worked that evening, and we were conducting inspections on different areas of the city. So no, I never sent in any female to attempt to purchase alcohol on the night in question.
No, señor, debido a la emergencia sanitaria de COVID-19, solamente hay 6 investigadores, había 6 investigadores que estaban trabajando. Sin embargo, en la noche en cuestión, solamente habíamos 2 inspectores que estábamos trabajando en ese turno. El otro inspector era otro hombre que se encontraba trabajando. Ambos estábamos haciendo inspecciones en diferentes áreas de la ciudad. Entonces, no, señor, yo no mandé a una mujer a que intentara comprar alcohol esa noche después de las 10 de la noche.
Try to show you Exhibit 3.
Voy a mostrar el elemento de prueba número 3.
I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 7. You recognize that, sir?
Estoy mostrando lo que se ha marcado como elemento de prueba número 7. ¿Lo puede reconocer, señor?
That is the right side of the main bar, looking towards the front entrance of the establishment of Haiti Restaurant.
Este es el lado derecho del bar principal, mirando hacia la entrada del restaurante Haiti.
And sir, when you entered the restaurant, you entered through that white door to the left side of Exhibit 7, correct?
Y señor, cuando usted entró al restaurante, entró a través de esa puerta blanca que se encuentra a mano izquierda del elemento de prueba número 7, ¿correcto?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And when you went to speak with the owner of the restaurant, she was located in the area where the exhibit sticker, Exhibit 7, is on this photograph, correct?
Y cuando usted fue a hablar con la propietaria del restaurante, ella estaba sentada en donde está la estampa que dice elemento de prueba número 7 de esta fotografía, ¿verdad?
She was somewhere in that general area, sir.
Ella estaba en algún lugar en esa área general, señor.
And on this photo, you see my arrow where there's a yellow bucket?
Y en esta fotografía puede ver mi flecha donde está esto amarillo, esta cubeta amarilla.
I do see the yellow bucket, but I don't see an arrow though. But yes.
Okay.
Sí veo una cubeta amarilla, pero no veo una flecha. Okay.
Just beyond the yellow bucket is the bench that the gentleman came back to sit in, correct?
un poquito adelante de esa cubeta amarilla está la banca en donde se fue a sentar el señor, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And the bench where the lady was sitting is behind the wall that has the blue lights running down in the middle of the photograph, correct?
Y la banca en donde se encontraba sentada la señora está detrás de esa pared en donde se ven las luces azules, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And you can't see where she was sitting from where Miss Venega was located when you entered the restaurant, correct?
Y usted no puede ver en dónde estaba sentada esa cliente desde el lugar donde estaba sentada la señora Venegas en este restaurante, ¿verdad?
Are you able to zoom in on that photo? Because I don't know if there's a hand that's in that photo possibly.
Puede hacer un zoom porque creo que hay como una mano posiblemente en esa foto.
Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 8. That's the table where the customer was sitting when you entered the restaurant. The lady was sitting in the bench to the left, correct?
Ahora quiero llamarle su atención a la prueba número 8. Esa es la banca en donde estaba sentada, la señora estaba sentada en la banca que está a la mano izquierda, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And the bench seat to the right, when you entered the restaurant, the gentleman was not in that, but he returned after you entered the restaurant, correct?
Y cuando usted entró al restaurante, el señor no estaba sentado en esa banca, ¿verdad? Pero él regresó a sentarse ahí después de que usted ya estaba dentro del restaurante, ¿verdad?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
On you Exhibit 9. Exhibit 9 has a picture of a lighted area in the middle. Do you see that?
Este es el elemento de prueba número 9. En el elemento de prueba número 9 hay una área que está donde está la luz prendida en medio, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Sí.
And are you familiar with that area of the restaurant? You know what that is?
¿Está usted familiarizado con esa área del restaurante? ¿Usted sabe qué hay ahí?
That is the main bar of
Ese es el
the
bar
establishment
principal.
that's seen upon entrance through the front door of Haiti Restaurant.
Ese es el
Just to the
área
right
del
of
bar principal del local del restaurante. Y justo a la derecha de eso,
Just to the right of that are the restrooms, correct?
justo a la derecha están los baños, ¿verdad?
Sir, I have no idea what the restaurants are. I mean, sorry, the restrooms are in the restaurant.
No tengo idea dónde están los restaurantes. Quiero decir, no sé dónde están los baños en el restaurante. Ok.
Showing you Exhibit 10. Exhibit 10 shows the bench where the lady was sitting when you entered the restaurant, correct?
En el elemento de prueba número 10, ahí se muestra dónde estaba sentada, la banca donde estaba sentada la señora de cuando usted entró al restaurante, ¿correcto?
Yes.
Sí.
And it also shows you that area just to the right of the pole with the bucket behind which Miss Haiti was sitting when you entered the restaurant, correct?
Y justo a la derecha, detrás de este poste, está el área donde estaba sentada la señora Heidi, ¿verdad? Señora Venegas, ¿verdad?
As I recall, Miss Haiti was somewhere in that general area. I don't particularly remember her sitting down, but she was somewhere in that general area. There's I can see a female that's in a black shirt that's by the main bar area. She was somewhere in that general area right there, but I don't recall her being seated at that exact table upon entrance into the establishment.
La señora Heidi se encontraba en algún lugar en esa área general. Yo no recuerdo que ella estuviera sentada, pero ahí hay una señora que está con una camisa negra y la señora Heidi estaba más o menos en esa área general. Yo no recuerdo que ella estuviera sentada cuando yo entré al local.
And Exhibit 11 again shows the entrance, the table at which the patrons were sitting and then that area on the back side of the staircase, correct?
Una vez más, en el elemento de prueba número 11, podemos ver el área general de la entrada, podemos ver la mesa en donde estaba sentada esa señora que estaba ahí cuando usted entró, y después estamos viendo el área general de las escaleras iluminadas de su, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Sí.
Chairman Anderson, it sounds like from your earlier ruling, I don't need to move to admit these exhibits. They'll also already just be deemed admitted. Is that correct?
No, you have to move to admit your evidence. The government's evidence was just the case report. Okay. And so the case report is part of the board's record, so that's automatically in the evidence. But whatever documents that are not the case report has to be moved to be included into the record.
Presidente Anderson, según lo que usted dijo anteriormente, no tengo que hacer la petición de que se acepten estas pruebas, ¿verdad? No, sí usted tiene que hacer la petición porque lo que había presentado la Fiscalía es parte del reporte, y parte del reporte ya es parte del acta del directorio. Por eso no tenía que pedirlo, pero lo que usted está presentando no es parte del reporte, entonces no es parte del acta, tiene que hacer la petición.
So what documents are you trying to move into evidence?
Photos 4 through 11.
¿Qué es lo que está tratando usted de pedir que se acepte como pruebas? Fotografías de la 1 a la 11.
Mr. Williams, any objection?
Licenciado Williams, ¿tiene alguna objeción?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No, su señoría.
So exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are moved into evidence without objection.
Entonces, las fotografías 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 y 11 se aceptan como parte de la evidencia sin ninguna objeción.
Any additional questions you have for the witness, Mr. Cohen?
Licenciado Cohen, ¿tiene alguna otra pregunta adicional para el testigo? I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, could you repeat that? I didn't get it.
I'm just reviewing my notes. I think that that's it, Your Honor.
Estoy revisando mis notas. Yo creo que eso es todo, su señoría.
Can you please stop sharing your screen, sir?
¿Voy a dejar de compartir su pantalla, señor?
Do I have the authority to stop sharing it? I don't.
Just close
Tengo
it.
la autoridad para dejar de compartir. No creo que la tenga. Bueno, simplemente ciérrela.
Ms. Andrews, can you please tell him what to do, please?
Señor Sánchez,
Please take your cursor to the top of your screen and hit stop sharing.
Lleve su cursor a la parte superior de la pantalla y dele clic a dejar de compartir.
It's coming up on the top of the screen when I take the cursor to the top.
Mr. Colden, take your cursor all the way to the very, very top of your screen. Once you do that, there will be a drop down that comes on your desktop. And the first button to the left should be stop sharing.
Estoy tratando de hacerlo, pero hay diferentes cosas que salen en la parte superior de la pantalla. Licenciado Cohen, lleve su cursor en la parte más superior de su pantalla y va a ver un menú donde le va a permitir que deje de compartir.
Take your cursor all the way to the top. All the way.
Lleve,
Now hit stop sharing.
llévelo todo hasta arriba y después ahí dele clic a donde dice dejar de compartir.
Just did that and nothing's happening. Maybe I'll just should I close off the entire box?
Hice eso, pero no estoy seguro que esté sucediendo. ¿Debo de cerrar toda la caja completa?
So when you take your cursor to the top of your screen, you can't see stop sharing?
Not anymore. I clicked it and it stopped, but I don't see it anymore.
Cuando usted lleva el cursor hasta arriba de la pantalla, ¿no ve algo para dejar de compartir? No, ya no. Fue al principio, pero ya no.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to just close out my entire computer and I'll just participate from my client's computer.
Lo que voy a hacer es cerrar por completo mi computadora y voy a participar desde la computadora de mi cliente. Está bien.
So I just left the event, but I still see the screen on her computer.
Dejé el evento, pero todavía veo mi pantalla en la computadora de ella.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I have a few questions to ask you, Mr. Pruitt. Mr. Pruitt, do you remember exhibit 5 and 6 from the licensee where we saw two individuals sitting in a restaurant and there was a to-go bag on the table? Is that correct? Did you see that?
Yo tengo varias preguntas que le quiero hacer al señor Proud. Señor Proud, ¿usted reconoce los elementos de prueba número 5 y 6 que acabamos de ver en la pantalla, donde se muestran fotografías de dos individuos que estaban sentados en la mesa con unas bolsas de comida para llevar? ¿Recuerda eso?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairperson Anderson.
Sí, señor presidente, sí lo recuerdo.
Mr. Williams, can you share your screen and please share exhibit 1 and 2 for us, please?
Licenciado Williams, ¿puede usted compartir su pantalla y por favor comparta elementos de prueba número 1 y 2 con nosotros?
And let's also move to number 2, please, also 2.
También me gustaría ver la número 2, por favor.
So, Mr. Pruitt, what are we seeing in exhibit 1 and exhibit 2?
Señor Cruz, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en el elemento de prueba número 1 y número 2?
We are seeing two patrons that look to have full glasses of alcohol beverages in front of their person having dinner.
Estamos
in the
viendo
restaurant.
a dos personas que parece que tienen dos vasos llenos de alcohol frente a ellos y están cenando en un restaurante.
And what time did you take exhibit 1 and exhibit 2?
¿A qué hora tomó usted elementos de prueba número 1 y elementos de prueba número 2?
10:54 and 10:56 p.m.
A las 10:54 y a las 10:56 de la noche.
And so, what's wrong with this picture? I mean, because I'm conflicted. I see exhibit 5 and exhibit 6, and I see exhibit 1 and exhibit. I'm seeing the government's exhibit 1 and exhibit 2. So, if what is what's going on at 10:54 in exhibit 1? Is that a violation? And if that's a violation, why is it a violation?
Bueno, entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en el elemento de prueba número 5 y número 6? ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué es lo que está mal en esta foto? Porque yo estoy viendo el elemento de prueba número 5 y número 6 y también la número 1 y número 2 de la Fiscalía y tengo conflicto con eso. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Y si es una violación lo que estamos viendo en estas fotografías y por qué.
So on March 17th, 2021, the mayor's executive order was still in effect, in which all alcohol services and consumption for on-premise consumption was supposed to cease at 10 o'clock p.m. They were still
Porque en marzo 17 del 2021, según la orden de emergencia de la alcaldesa, que estaba todavía en efecto, tendrían que dejar de servir y de consumir alcohol adentro de los locales después de las 10 de la noche.
so therefore there were patrons still consuming alcohol beverages inside of the establishment, which is considered on-premise consumption, past the mayor's executive order that was still in effect for all alcohol consumption to cease at 10 o'clock p.m. And the time in which I entered into the establishment was at between 10:54 and 10:56 p.m. So it's approximately 54 to 56 minutes past the allotted curfew that was put into place by the mayor's executive order in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic at that current time.
Entonces, en ese momento todavía estaban ahí unos clientes consumiendo alcohol, aunque ya era pasada la hora de queda que había determinado la orden de emergencia de la alcaldesa, aunque se consideraba, ellos estaban dentro del local y eso se considera que están consumiendo alcohol cuando esta orden estaba todavía en efecto, eran las 10:56 y 10:54, ya habían pasado 54, 56 minutos después de la hora en la que debían de dejar de consumir alcohol dentro del local, que eran las 10 de la noche.
So you said you entered the establishment about 10:54, 10:56. What time did you leave the establishment?
Usted dice que entró al local a las 10:54, 10:56 de la noche. ¿A qué hora salió usted de ese local?
May I ask AG Williams to scroll down to the regulatory inspection that was conducted, and which has the time in which I completed the regulatory inspection, which approximately should have been between 10 to 15 minutes in length.
Si me puede permitir, por favor, el licenciado A.G. Williams, en compartir el informe que puso anteriormente en la pantalla, porque ahí debe de estar ubicado la hora en la que terminé de hacer la inspección y el reporte que debe de haber sido como unos 10 o 15 minutos después.
Well, if you don't know, I mean, I'm
have
sure.
it.
I'm sorry. If you don't know the time, then you can say I don't know the time, or if it's in your report, when your report it is, I don't know.
Si usted no sabe la hora, puede decir que no sabe la hora, o si está en su reporte, puede decir que está en su reporte la hora.
So the exact time, Mr. Chairperson Anderson, that the inspection was completed was at 11:18 p.m.
Entonces, la hora exacto, señor presidente Anderson, eran las 11:18 de la noche.
All right, thank you.
Okay, gracias.
Now, the reason why I'm asking the question, because I'm confused by Exhibit 5 and 6.
La razón por la que le estoy haciendo la pregunta es porque me confunden los elementos de prueba 5 y 6.
So during the period of time you were in the restaurant, did you observe what Exhibit 5 and Exhibit 6, in a sense that the customers were sitting in the establishment with to-go packages? Did you see that?
Entonces estoy un poco confundido con esos elementos de prueba. Durante el tiempo que usted estuvo en el restaurante, usted observó lo que podemos ver en los elementos de prueba número 5 y 6, que esos clientes que estaban sentados tenían esos paquetes de comida para llevar. ¿Vio usted eso?
So there was a plastic bag on the table, but I did not see or inquire on the contents. What I understood it to be upon entrance into the establishment, that there were patrons that were seated at the establishment. I asked Miss Vanega how long they had been there. She said that they had opened up their tab around 9:30 p.m. So that's an hour 30 minutes in length in which they have been in the establishment. And so, based on the information that was provided by Miss Vanega, I understood it to be that the patrons were still consuming past the 10 o'clock p.m. curfew, in which is in violation of the mayor's executive order for all on-premise consumption to conclude at 10 o'clock p.m. in the District of Columbia for all alcohol serving establishments.
All right, I'm sorry, one
Entonces,
more
bueno,
time.
perdón, lo que yo vi que había en la mesa una bolsa de plástico, pero yo no vi ni pregunté qué era lo que contenía en esa bolsa de plástico. Lo que yo vi cuando entré a ese local es que había clientes que estaban sentados y que estaban todavía consumiendo alcohol después de la hora de queda que había establecido como orden de emergencia la alcaldesa. Y yo le pregunté a la señora Venegas a qué horas habían entrado esos clientes y dijo ella que habían abierto su cuenta a las 9:30 de la noche. Entonces, eso era todavía 1 hora y media después, cuando ellos estaban consumiendo ese alcohol dentro del local, en violación con la orden que se había dado que se dejaran de servir bebidas alcohólicas en el Distrito de Columbia después de las 10 de la noche.
All right. And since you just mentioned there was a plastic bag there, I need you, Mr. Williams, to go back again to, and I know that in deliberation might want to see this, but I want to make sure that I get clarity on the record. So, Mr. Williams, can you please again share your screen and for Exhibit 1 again? I want to look. Let me look more intently at Exhibit 1 because I'm confused. I'm seeing two pictures, and the two pictures that are let.
Bueno, entonces, ya que dijo acerca de las bolsas de plástico, estoy un poco confundido. Entonces, quisiera pedirle al licenciado Williams si puede, por favor, compartir otra vez el elemento de prueba número 1 y 2, porque estoy un poco confundido en cuanto a la claridad. Yo sé que esto voy a llegar a una conclusión dentro de la deliberación, pero quiero que esto quede bien claro en el acta. Por favor, comparta para poder ver, porque no sé qué es lo que estoy viendo. Quiero verlo con más detalle.
All right, Mr. Pruitt, I want you to describe in detail what it is that we're looking at in Exhibit 1.
Señor Pruitt, quiero que usted me describa detalladamente qué es lo que estamos viendo en el elemento de prueba número 1.
We are looking at a female and a male patron seated at a table with 2 alcohol beverages in front of their person, conversing. There is a plate to the right of each patron. However, I'm not able to see exactly what that is, but from my recollection, there was food on that actual plate. And then to the right of the male patron, there seems to be a glass of a brown carbonic beverage.
That's Exhibit 1.
Bueno, estamos viendo aquí a una cliente, dos clientes, un hombre y una mujer que están sentados en la mesa y que tienen frente a ellos bebidas alcohólicas. Y podemos, al lado izquierdo hay una bolsa, pero yo no sé lo que contiene esa bolsa. Y según lo que yo recuerdo, ellos tenían en realidad comida todavía en los platos que estaban sirviendo.
Let's look at Exhibit 2 again, please.
Veamos otra vez el elemento de prueba número 2.
And specifically what it is that we're looking at in Exhibit 2.
Específicamente, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en el elemento de prueba número 2?
We're looking at 2 patrons, 1 male, 1 female, seated at a table with 2 alcoholic beverages in front of each person.
Estamos viendo a 2 clientes, un hombre y una mujer, sentados en una mesa con 2 bebidas alcohólicas frente a cada una de esas personas.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Do any of the board members have any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Muy bien, yo ya no tengo más preguntas. ¿Alguna otra persona de la mesa directiva tiene alguna pregunta? Señor presidente.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Adelante, señor Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for our investigator. Investigator Prout, thank you for an excellent presentation and excellent report. I'd like to ask you, as a professional investigator for Arbor, with the time, the mayor's order saying all alcohol should at 10 p.m. should stop any service or consumption. That is correct, right?
Yes,
Sí,
sir.
tengo que hacerle una pregunta al señor Prout. Señor Prout, muchas gracias por una excelente presentación y un excelente reporte. Yo quiero hacerle una pregunta al investigador Prout de Abra. En el momento en que se dio esta orden de la alcaldesa, a las 10 en punto de la noche deberían de dejar de consumir alcohol dentro de los locales, ¿verdad? Sí, señor.
Investigator Prout, in regards to best practices of people who observed the mayor's order on March 17th, 2021, what would you think would be a reasonable time for a last call? Meaning, if you have patrons inside of your establishment at 9:30, what would be a reasonable time for a last call? Last call meaning that everybody should be finished their drinks and out by 10 o'clock. What would be a reasonable time?
Investigador Prout, basado en las personas que siguen cuidadosamente y observan a la orden de la alcaldesa, basado en su experiencia, el 17 de marzo del 2021, ¿cuál sería una hora razonable en que se haga la última llamada? La última llamada, teniendo en cuenta que sería a la última orden que podría un cliente que entra a las 9:30 que podría hacer para que ya haya terminado y se vaya a las 10 de la noche.
My interactions with other licensees, Mr. Short, while enforcing the mayor's executive order, was that patrons finished consuming alcohol and all alcoholic beverages being removed off of the table by no later than 9:45 and or 9:50 p.m.
Mi experiencia, licenciado, mi experiencia es que según con otros establecimientos que tienen licencia de expedir alcohol y que están siguiendo la orden de emergencia de la alcaldesa, es que todos los clientes tienen que quitárseles todo el alcohol que tienen frente a ellos para que ya no estén tomando después de las 10 de la noche, alrededor de las 9:45 o 9:50.
And Investigator Prout, your testimony has been you entered the premises of this licensee at 10:54 p.m. and you exited at 11:18 p.m. Is that correct?
Investigador Prout, según su testimonio, usted entró a este establecimiento a las 10:54 de la noche y salió a las 11:18 de la noche.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
Thank you very much for your testimony and thank you very much for an excellent report, sir. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su testimonio y muchas gracias por un excelente reporte. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members?
Gracias, señor Short. ¿Alguna otra pregunta que tengan a los miembros de la mesa directiva? Sí.
Go ahead, Mr. Brandes.
Adelante, señor Brandes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Inspector Proud, I just also want to add our thanks for your presentation and for your well-written investigative report. Do you know if there's a timestamp on Exhibit 1 or Exhibit 2? Do you know? If you don't know, that's a good answer as well. I'm just asking.
Sí, señor inspector Proud, quiero también agradecerle un excelente testimonio y su excelente reporte investigativo, y quisiera saber si de casualidad hay una marca de tiempo para el elemento de prueba número 1 y el elemento de prueba número 2. Si no sabe, también está bien, esa respuesta es aceptable.
Yes, the timestamp for exhibit number 1 is 10:54 p.m. Timestamp, which is, you might not be able to see it.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Exhibit 2.
And then the timestamp for exhibit 2 is 10:56 p.m.
Thank you.
Sí, el sello del tiempo del elemento de prueba número 1 son las 10:54 de la noche, y el sello del tiempo del elemento de prueba número 2 son las 10:56 de la noche.
Mr. Prout, I know it's already in the record, but could you look at Exhibit 3 and tell me the time that is on this invoice regarding, it looks like food and a beverage, a pitcher, it looks like, of margarita. If I'm saying that incorrectly, I apologize, but could you give us what time the timestamp is on Exhibit 3? Not the timestamp, I'm sorry, the time on the invoice.
Señor Proud, investigador Proud, yo sé que esto ya se encuentra en el acta, pero sería usted tan amable de decirnos cuál es la hora que se encuentra marcada en el elemento de prueba número 3, donde se ve que hay un cheque, donde se ve que hay comida, se ve que hay una bebida alcohólica, margarita, una jarra de margarita. Me disculpo si no lo estoy pronunciando bien, disculpe, pero ¿qué es la hora que se encuentra marcada en esa hora?
Sir, the receipt reflects 24-hour time, in which the time conversion that's on the receipt states 21:32 hours, and which is the equivalence of 9:32 p.m.
Sí, señora, en el recibo está marcada la hora dentro del horario de 24 horas, y la hora que está señalada ahí son las 21:32, lo que equivale a las 9:32 de la
And sir, what is the timestamp on that photograph?
¿Cuál es la hora de esa fotografía que está señalada?
The timestamp that's on that photograph is 10:57 p.m., sir.
La hora que está marcada en esa fotografía son las 10:57, señor.
And am I correct to read the receipt as being a picture of margarita or a picture of some alcoholic beverage?
¿Estoy correcto al decirte que lo que está en ese recibo es una jarra de margarita o una jarra de una bebida alcohólica?
Yes, sir. The receipt does read one pitcher of margarita fiesta, which is the name of the drink, and then the price was $31.99 before taxes.
Sí, señor. Lo que estamos viendo en la fotografía es una jarra de margarita fiesta, que es el nombre de esa bebida, y el precio es de 31,99 centavos antes del impuesto.
And sir, is that, from your knowledge of looking at their menu and looking at the receipt, is that an alcoholic beverage? That's a pitcher?
Y señor, usted, según el conocimiento que usted tiene de ver el recibo y de ver también el menú, ¿esa es una bebida alcohólica?
Based on my professional experience, that is to be noted as a alcoholic beverage.
Basado en mi experiencia personal, eso es lo que se le conoce como una bebida alcohólica.
So my last question is that, and there may not be an answer, but it appears from looking at the receipt that there was 28 minutes after that receipt was printed that the pitcher would have to be consumed, or the pitcher and the glasses that had the beverage would have to be removed from the table at 10 p.m.?
Entonces, esta va a ser mi última pregunta. A lo mejor no tiene una respuesta, pero de acuerdo con lo que podemos ver en la fotografía, habían pasado 28 minutos para que se hubiera consumido lo que estaban tomando y a las 10 de la noche tenían que haber quitado esas bebidas en frente de ellos.
Yes, sir. The alcoholic beverages should have been removed off of the table at the establishment within 28 minutes of being served at 2132, and which would have been a 10 o'clock p.m. removal of all alcoholic beverages from off the table.
Sí, señor, debieron de haber quitado de la mesa todas las bebidas alcohólicas 28 minutos después de la hora que está marcada en ese recibo, que son las 21:32, para que a las 10 en punto de la noche no hubiera ningún otro consumo de alcohol dentro del local.
And Inspector, looking at Exhibit 1, a photograph, and then Exhibit 2, based on your testimony that these pictures were taken after 10 p.m., does it appear to you that the time between Exhibit 1 photograph and Exhibit 2, which from your records indicate it was after 10 p.m., doesn't the glasses that contain the beverage look more consumed from the first photograph to the second?
Y inspector, basado en su experiencia y remontándonos a la fotografía que estamos viendo aquí, donde se ve que se están consumiendo bebidas alcohólicas después de las 10 de la noche, según el elemento de prueba número 1 y número 2, que podemos ver, esos vasos no debería de haber consumido ya algo de esas bebidas de acuerdo con los tiempos que están marcados en esas fotografías.
Yes, sir, they do.
Sí, señor, así es.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. That's all from me. Thank you.
Gracias, señor. Gracias, presidente. Y eso es todo de mi parte. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Grandis, any other questions by any other board members?
¿Alguna otra pregunta por parte de algún otro miembro del directorio?
Mr. Cohen, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. President, interpreter would like a break. It's been over 2 hours. This was scheduled for only 1 hour. May we please have a 10-minute break?
Ma'am, hold on a minute, please. No, this was not scheduled for an hour. A hearing is scheduled. Can you wait for us to finish with this witness? And
Mr.
then
President, interpreter needs a minute break.
All right, okay. I was just trying to finish this witness and then we would take a break because I didn't want to take a break in the middle of, are you able?
Mr. President, the interpreter needs a 10-minute break. It's been over 2 hours.
All right, it is 3:45. We'll be in recess until 4 o'clock. I will ask
Thank you,
all the
Mr.
board
President.
members I'll ask all the board members to return to executive session and to return to executive session. And all right, okay. So the other people don't log off. You can close your screen and move away. But I'll just ask the board members to go in executive session, please. It's 4:06. We need to get back on the record. All right, we're back on the record. All right. This is a show cause hearing that started at 1:30. None of us are in control of how long this proceeding will last. I have no idea how long this proceeding is going to last. If there's anyone who is participating in this hearing today, if they have time constraints, they need to make it known to the chair that there are some time constraints and we will make alternative measures. If anyone requires a break, that individual needs to make it known to the chair, and we will structure an appropriate time to take this break. We cannot take breaks in the middle of testimony. We will take breaks at appropriate times once a witness has testified. If there is a dire emergency, then we will act on that. However, we cannot take breaks in the middle of a testimony. A witness needs to be allowed to testify. After that witness has testified, we will take structured breaks. So if anyone has any specific time constraints because this proceeding is being interpreted, it adds additional time to the hearing. Okay, so I don't know how long this proceeding will last. And so if anyone has any time constraints, they need to make it known at this juncture. If we need to take, depending how many more hours this will take, if we need to take a break every hour, we will find an appropriate time within the next hour to take a break. However, under no circumstances will we take any further breaks in the middle of testimony.
Estamos recomenzando, regresando al acta. Estamos en medio de un caso para mostrar causa que comenzó esta audiencia comenzó a la 1:30. Ninguno de nosotros tenemos ningún control de cuánto tiempo se llevará este proceso. Si alguien de las personas que está presente tiene alguna construcción de tiempo, este es el momento en que lo pueden decir. No habrá ningún tipo de descanso o pausa en medio de un testimonio. Si mientras esté testificando un testigo, no se tomarán ninguna pausa. Si hay alguna situación de emergencia, entonces se reestructurará, pero vamos a continuar. No sabemos cuánto tiempo va a llevar, pero no va a haber ninguna pausa a menos que se indique. También podemos quizás tomar una pausa cada hora, pero no mientras esté en medio de un testimonio. Estructurarlo y si hay alguna persona que tenga alguna constricción con el horario, este es el momento de decirlo. Mr. President, interpreter was hired for 1 hour from 1:30 to 2:30 and unfortunately has another commitment at 5 o'clock. Would request to be released on or before 5 o'clock.
All right, what I will ask the agency director to do is to make arrangements for another interpreter prior to 5 o'clock because it's now 4:11 and I cannot guarantee, it's not apparent that this hearing is going to be over at 5 o'clock. So if we are unable to find another interpreter to continue this afternoon, what we will do is that we would have to continue adjourn and continue this hearing for another time. So we will continue, and prior to 5 o'clock, I will see where we are, and if your company is unable to provide another interpreter, then we will conclude before 5 o'clock. So I will set my alarm for 4:45 for 4:45 for us to. I'm sorry. Do you have what time do you have to get off?
5 o'clock.
You have to get off at 5 o'clock. All right. So I will.
Thank you, Mr. President. La intérprete fue contratada de 1:30 a 2:30 y tiene un compromiso que cumplir y debe de estar libre a las 5 o antes de las 5. Y el señor presidente dice que entonces en este caso va a comunicarse con la agencia para que le proporcionen alguna otra intérprete que pueda continuar después de las 5, porque en este caso son ya las 4:11 y no cree que va a concluir antes de las 5. Vamos a esperar a las 5 y si es necesario llamar a otro intérprete a que reemplace a la intérprete actual, así se hará. Si no, se cerrará el caso de momento, pero se continuará en otra ocasión.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Hold on 1 minute. I'm texting the agency director to see if he can contact her employer to see if they can get another interpreter to continue this matter at 5 o'clock. That's what I'm trying to do to see if we can finish this hearing today. So if not, we're going to end. Okay, so just give me 1 minute, okay?
Señor presidente, ¿me permite continuar? Sí, un momento, por favor. Estoy mandando un texto a la agencia para que veamos si podemos conseguir a otro intérprete que la reemplace a las 5 de la tarde el día de hoy, si no para aplazar este asunto cuando tengan una intérprete disponible.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Adelante, señor.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Investigator Proud, during the questioning by the board, you indicated that Ms. Venegas told you that the customers arrived at about 9:32 p.m. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Investigador Proud, usted indicó cuando le estaban cuestionando, haciendo preguntas, el directorio, que la señora Venegas indicó que los clientes habían llegado a las 9:32 de la noche. ¿Ese es su testimonio? Sí, señor.
When your counsel asked you questions in your direct testimony, you indicated that in this case, you prepared the case report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Cuando su abogado le hizo preguntas, cuando le hizo las preguntas directas, usted dijo en su testimonio que usted había preparado este informe, ¿verdad? Sí, señor.
You have a copy of the case report in front of you, sir.
Enfrente de usted, ¿usted tiene una copia del reporte de este caso?
Yes.
Sí.
I'd like you to turn to page 1 of your case report.
Quiero que por favor vaya a la página 1 del informe del caso.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
When you did this case report, it was important to be thorough and accurate, correct?
Cuando usted hizo el reporte de este caso, era importante ser correcto y exacto, ¿verdad?
That is the intent, sir.
Esa es la intención, señor.
And you prepared this case report before you heard my opening statement, correct?
Y usted preparó el reporte de este caso antes de que usted escuchara mi declaración de apertura, ¿verdad que sí?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
At the bottom of your case report, on page 1, did you write, Investigator Prout advised Ms. Venegas of the observed violation. Ms. Venegas stated that the customers had arrived at approximately 9 o'clock p.m.
Yes, sir.
En esta página lo que usted dice es que usted preparó este reporte y según lo que dice, que lo que usted observó es que cuando habló usted con la señora Venegas, Que la señora Venegas había dicho que estos clientes habían llegado a las 9 de la noche.
That statement is inconsistent with your testimony today, is it not, sir?
Esa declaración es incongruente con el testimonio que está dando usted el día de hoy, ¿no es así, señor?
So, in response to what you just stated, 9 o'clock is indicated in my report. I did reference 9:32 p.m. However, between 9 o'clock p.m. and 9:32 p.m., the patrons arrived to the establishment. The receipt has 9:32. My report states 9 o'clock p.m. So anywhere between 10:56 and 9 o'clock p.m., the patrons arrived to the establishment.
Bueno, para responder a lo que usted acaba de declarar, ahí dice, en mi informe dice 9 de la noche, en el recibo dice las 9:32 de la noche. Entonces, los clientes llegaron entre las 9 y las 9:32 al establecimiento. En el informe dice, también menciono yo las 9:32. Entonces, los clientes llegaron en algún momento entre las 9 y las 10:56 de la noche.
You also testified earlier that when you entered the establishment, the patrons were consuming a meal and consuming alcohol beverages. Was that your testimony?
Usted también declaró que cuando usted llegó al local, los clientes estaban consumiendo comida y también consumiendo alcohol. ¿No es eso lo que usted acaba de declarar?
There were alcoholic beverages on a table and there was a plate in front of them.
Había bebidas alcohólicas en la mesa y tenían un plato frente a ellos.
And the plate was empty, correct, sir?
Y el plato estaba vacío, ¿verdad, señor?
Sir, I don't recall exactly what was on the actual plate, but there was a plate.
Señor, no recuerdo exactamente lo que había en el verdadero plato, pero había un plato.
So as you sit here today, you have no idea whether the patrons had already finished consuming their meal.
Entonces, en este momento, usted no tiene ninguna idea de si los clientes habían terminado ya de consumir sus alimentos.
No, I'm not aware whether or not they consumed their meal or did not consume it.
No, yo no sé si ellos consumieron sus alimentos o si no los consumieron.
So you also testified that your photos had a timestamp on them.
Usted también testificó que sus fotografías tenían señalado el tiempo, ¿verdad? La hora.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
Where's the timestamp?
¿Y dónde está esa parte de donde está marcada la hora?
So if you would like me to, I'm more than welcome to either show you my phone that has the timestamp on it, and or I can send the actual photos with the timestamp on them, and I can share my screen to show that the actual timestamp is on each actual photo if you would like me to, sir.
Bueno, si usted me permite, yo con mucho gusto le puedo mostrar las fotografías que están en mi teléfono, donde está ahí señalado el tiempo, y también puedo compartir mi pantalla para mostrarle las verdaderas fotos donde tienen marcado el tiempo en que se tomaron, si me lo permite, señor.
Is it your testimony today that you took these photos, these two photos, after you entered the restaurant at about 10:54 p.m.?
Su testimonio el día de hoy es que usted tomó estas fotos, estas dos fotos, después de que usted llegó al restaurante después de las 10:54 de la noche.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
And when you took these photos, were these folks eating their dinner?
Y cuando usted tomó estas fotos, ¿estas personas estaban comiendo su cena?
As stated previously, they were seated at the table with alcohol beverages in front of them and a plate in front of them.
Como se dijo anteriormente, estaban sentados en la mesa con bebidas alcohólicas en la mesa y con un plato frente a ellos.
During your experience, if the patrons were provided with a pitcher at 9 o'clock p.m., is it reasonable to believe that they will finish the pitcher by 10?
De acuerdo con su experiencia, si le sirvieron a los clientes las bebidas a las 9 de la noche, ¿sería razonable pensar que se las terminaron de tomar a las 10?
I'm not able to provide an accurate answer to that because each person's alcohol intake it varies based on person to person, as well as how many parties are in attendance to drink that from that pitcher of alcohol as well.
No voy a poder responder a esa pregunta con exactitud porque la cantidad de consumo de alcohol de cada persona varía de persona en persona y también del número de personas que estén bebiendo de esa jarra de alcohol.
When you observed the pitcher, was it full of ice, sir?
Cuando usted observó la jarra, ¿estaba llena de hielo, señor?
Sir, I recall alcohol beverages being in 2 margarita glasses seated in front of each patron for consumption purposes at 10:54 and 10:56 p.m.
Señor, lo que yo recuerdo es que tenían copas de margarita sentados frente a ellos que estaban ahí listos para su consumo a las 10:54 y 10:56 de la noche.
And just one more question, sir. You did agree, did you not, that when you entered the premises, the gentleman was not at the table. He came back to the table after you had been there for some period of time, correct?
Y para hacerle una pregunta adicional, para añadir a esto, ¿usted está de acuerdo en que cuando usted entró al restaurante, el señor no estaba en la mesa y que después de que usted entró en la mesa, que entró al restaurante, fue que el señor regresó a la mesa, ¿verdad?
My testimony initially stated that I saw 2 patrons seated at the table upon entrance into Haiti restaurant. However, the exhibit in which you provided, exhibit number 5 and number 6, had timestamps of 10:54 and a few seconds in which there was not a patron seated at that time. However, my recollection, based on my initial testimony, I recall seeing 2 patrons, in which are the exhibits in which I provided in my investigative report.
En mi testimonio oficial, yo había dicho que al entrar al restaurante yo había visto a 2 clientes que estaban sentados en la mesa. Sin embargo, en los elementos de prueba 5 y 6 que usted proporcionó y que tenían la hora marcada de las 10:54 y algunos segundos, y parecía que uno de los clientes no estaba sentado en la mesa. Sin embargo, lo que yo recuerdo, de acuerdo a mi testimonio, eran 2 los clientes que yo vi que estaban sentados en la mesa cuando yo entré.
Well, sir, as we sit here today, do you not remember whether 2 patrons were there when you entered the restaurant?
Señor, en este momento, entonces, ¿usted no recuerda si cuando usted entró al restaurante habían 1 o 2 clientes sentados en la mesa?
Sir, as stated in my initial testimony, there were 2 patrons seated at the table upon my entrance into the establishment.
Señor, como dije en mi testimonio, habían 2 clientes sentados en la mesa cuando yo entré al restaurante.
And then I showed you Defense Exhibit 4, and you testified that that was you entering the restaurant, correct?
Y después yo le mostré el elemento de prueba número 4 y usted declaró que ese era usted entrando al restaurante, ¿verdad?
Yes. However, the timestamp that is on the exhibit in which you provided can be manipulated. So, in accordance to the exhibit in which you did provide the court, yes, that was me in the photo at approximately 10:54 and a few seconds. Yes. However, whether or not that is an authentic time is up to personal opinion.
Sí, sin embargo, en la prueba que usted mostró, la número 4, que tiene también marcado el tiempo, ese tiempo puede haber sido alterado. en la foto. Y sí, yo declaré que era yo el que estaba ahí en esa foto, lo que ahí se muestra que son las 10:54. Sin embargo, el tiempo que está ahí marcado pudo haber sido alterado y es una cuestión de opinión personal.
I have no further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, do you have any recross? I'm sorry, redirect.
Gracias, licenciado Williams. ¿Podemos
Yes.
hacer contrainterrogatorio o volver a hacer un interrogatorio directo?
Yes, just briefly.
Sí, brevemente.
I'm going to share the defense exhibit number 4.
Voy a mostrar el elemento de prueba número 4 de la defensa.
Oops, sorry about that. No, hold on a second. I was sharing the other one. Give me 1 second, please.
Perdón, no, quiero compartir la otra. Denme un momento, por favor.
Okay. I'll redirect here. Mr. Prout, can you see defense exhibit number 4?
Yes,
Señor
sir.
Proud, ¿puede ver usted el elemento de prueba de descargo número 4? Sí, señor.
Okay. On the table, can you see my cursor?
Señor, en la mesa, ¿puede usted ver mi cursor?
Yes.
Sí.
There's a picture, the margarita pictures. Is that empty or is there alcohol in that picture?
Ahí está la jarra de margarita. ¿Está vacía o hay alcohol en esa jarra?
Object, that calls for speculation.
Protesto, está pidiendo que especule.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I mean, on the receipt, it said there that they purchased a picture. If he can answer the question, he can. If he can't, he can. But I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow him to answer it.
Yo,
Yes.
no tiene objeción. La objeción en el recibo decía que habían comprado una jarra, entonces voy a permitirle que responda si es que puede responder y su objeción no tiene lugar. Sí.
Now, looking at the glass that is in front of the patron, the female patron there.
Ahora, mirando el vaso que está enfrente de la cliente, de la mujer cliente que está ahí.
Does that glass appear to be full? Can you see through a portion of the liquid if there's liquid at the bottom of that glass?
Objection to the point of the question.
All right, rephrase.
¿Puede usted ver líquido en ese vaso que tiene la clienta frente a usted? ¿Puede usted ver en el fondo si hay líquido? Protesto a la forma de esa pregunta. Haga su pregunta de otra manera, por favor.
Does the glass look full?
¿El vaso se ve lleno?
The glass looks half full
El vaso se ve medio
with
lleno.
alcoholic content.
¿De qué? Con bebida alcohólica.
Your Honor, permission to share the investigative report again, please.
Señoría, le pido permiso de compartir una vez más el reporte investigativo. Por favor.
You can share that's Miss. You were able to share your screen, so you can continue. Yes. I don't believe that she took away that right.
Okay.
Usted puede compartir, eso depende de la señora. Usted lo hizo anteriormente. Yo no creo que ella le quitó esa habilidad de poder compartir su pantalla.
Okay, now we go back.
Bueno,
same patron, looking at your picture that you took at approximately 11:54. What does that glass look like there?
Mr. Williams, can you please have the witness identify what we're looking at, please?
Sure.
Bueno, y viendo ahora la foto,
I'm just saying, what exhibit are we looking at for the record? That's what I'm asking.
No problem.
Bueno, y me puede decir, por favor, viendo ahora esta foto, la foto que usted tomó, que tomó a las 11:54, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo ahí? Licenciado Williams, si puede, por favor, decirle al testigo que identifique lo que estamos viendo, que por favor, para el acta diga cuál es el número de la prueba que estamos viendo. Sí, presidente.
So, Investigator Prout, I'm now showing you back to your Exhibit 1 for the district, back to your investigative report. And now we are showing you the first photo in your investigative report labeled Exhibit 1. It's a picture of the patrons. Once again, the glass in front of the patron, does that glass look full?
Investigador Proud, ahora le estoy mostrando el elemento de prueba de cargo número 1, que es la prueba número 1 de su reporte investigativo, elemento de prueba número 1. Una vez más, se ven ahí los clientes y el vaso que se ve ahí en esa fotografía, que es el elemento de prueba número 1, ¿se ve lleno?
The glass looks full of alcohol content.
El
John.
vaso se ve lleno de contenido alcohólico. Gracias, no tengo más preguntas.
All right, thank you. It's 4:32. The licensee has not presented its case, and it's not apparent to me that we're gonna that we have sufficient time before 5 o'clock for the licensee to present his case.
Bueno, muy bien, muchas gracias. Entonces son las 4:32 y el caso y la persona que tiene la licencia todavía no ha presentado su caso. Y parece que no vamos a tener tiempo de terminar este caso antes de las 5 de la tarde.
Are the parties available to reconvene this hearing at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning?
¿Están disponibles las partes para continuar esta audiencia mañana, por la mañana a las 11 de la mañana?
One moment, Your Honor, I need to check my calendar, please.
Un momento, por favor, necesito verificar mi calendario. Claro.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to move that, have a doctor's appointment at 9? Just not sure if it'll be done, but I'm sure it'll be done by 1.
Señor presidente, ¿sería posible hacerlo a las 9 de la mañana? No sé a qué hora se terminaría, pero creo que lo más probable es que sí terminemos a la 1.
Mr. Chair, I'm also available at 1.
Yo también estoy disponible a la 1.
All right, we're going to adjourn for the day, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Bueno, muy bien, entonces vamos a terminar por el día de hoy y vamos a reunirnos una vez más mañana a la 1 de la tarde.
Okay, so we're formally adjourning this case, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Ok, muy bien, entonces formalmente estamos cerrando este caso por un día y nos vamos a reunir otra vez para continuarlo mañana a la 1 de la tarde.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, señor presidente. Interpreter be dismissed,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
President?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a great day.
Likewise.
Then the next case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00241 Black Whiskey, license number 91434. This case is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on October 6, 2021. See board order number 2021-551. And hold on 1 minute, please. Ms. Andrews, are there anyone waiting for any additional hearings this afternoon?
Yes.
All right, okay, all right. Our next case is case number 21 CIT 00103 Hawk and Dove, license number 108218. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties for this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Brown, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Lutz, your rights have been elevated. I do believe Mr. Prout is still online. That's all I have here.
Yes, Mr. Pratt can stay. He's an employee, but he doesn't have to. He's released if he so desires.
He's a
All
part
right.
of.
Thank you. Ms. Brown? Okay. Good afternoon. Ms. Brown, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Shani Brown, spelled Shani. Brown is spelled like the color, Brown.
And what's your role in what's your role today, ma'am, please?
I'm here on behalf of the district.
Thank you. Mr. Lutz, can you spell and state your name for the record, please, and your relationship?
Absolutely. My name is James Lotes. It's spelled L-O-O, T like in Tom, S like in Sam. And I am here today representing the respondent, Hawk and Dove.
I apologize, Mr. Lotes. I do apologize for that. All right, this matter was scheduled for a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chairperson.
Ms. Brown.
The district would like to present a new offering compromise on the record.
What is that, ma'am?
As to charge 1 for failure to comply with the mayor's order and the board's emergency rulemaking, we would like to issue a warning. And as for charge 2, concerning not having an ABC manager on the premises, that charge has been dismissed.
And you believe that this is a proper way to dispose of this case and these 2 charges, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, it would be in the interest of the public, particularly in light of the evidence of the case and also in light of the establishment's investigative history.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Lewis, it's my understanding there's an offering compromise, and offering compromise is that for charge 1, there will be a warning, and that charge 2 will be dismissed. Is this your understanding of the offering compromise, sir?
Yes, it is. And on behalf of my client, we would like to accept the offering compromise.
Now, is your client aware that by accepting an offering compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, they are.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offering compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, they are.
Any questions by any board members? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call. I apologize. That was my timer for the first case to make sure that we ended on time. So I apologize. Yes, we'll now have a roll call vote based on the motion that was properly seconded by Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. I would like to thank the parties for working this matter out. And also, you know, we ended the other hearing for being there all this time. I was not aware, that's why I asked the question. I was not aware that you're still waiting for this case, but it goes back. But thank the parties for working this out, and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right,
thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00016, Capital Fine Wines and Spirits. Capital Fine Wine and Spirits, license number 82981. This case will be continued for 1 week. All right. If we have no further business, then I will officially close the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 27th, 2021 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 27th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on October 22nd, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. But first, now that it's been properly seconded, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now formally adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members for their active participation in this hearing today, for the members of the public who have participated. Have a great day, and I direct all board members now to return to executive session. Thank you.